Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining in today's event. We're super excited to have Alex and Enrico here. Hi, Alex. Hi, Enrico.
How's
Hey,
it
hello.
going?
Hi,
Thank,
everyone.
Good to see you guys. I know it's quite probably late for you guys. You're in Australia,
Yeah.
uh, 10 hours ahead of us probably. So thanks for your efforts for making this event. Like all our normal workshops, we're going to do some introductions about the event. Then I will introduce both of these gentlemen, Alex and Enrico, for you guys. Then I will continue screen sharing and introducing some of the upcoming events at the PA Academy. And after that, I will give the floor for you guys to start the presentation and go ahead with the session. Well, thanks everyone for joining. Today's session is about RunDiffusion and how AI can be used in serious architectural as a serious architectural tool, not just for a quick images, but for controlled, repeatable, and design-driven visual workflows. We'll be looking into how diffusion models can support architectural thinking from early concepts to presentation-ready visuals, while keeping authorship and intent firmly in the hands of the designers. We're joined by two architects from Woods Bagot who work daily at the intersection of design, technology, and practice. So Alex brings over 15 years of experience in computational and digital workflows. He's a part of Woods Bagot's global technology team, shaping BIM standards, training teams, and developing scalable design systems across international offices. His background in digital architecture allows him to translate AI into workflows that actually work in professional environments. And then welcome, Alex. So then we have Enrico. Enrico Ramirez is an architect with more than 20 years of experience across all the stages of architectural practice, from concept design to project delivery. With a master's degree from AIAC, his work focuses on using digital technologies to strengthen design intent and elevate real-world outcomes. Together, they'll guide us through an end-to-end RunDiffusion workflow, showing not just how to generate images, but how to think architecturally with AI. So welcome, guys, on board. And yeah, feel free to say hi to the audience, and then I will go with the screen sharing.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words and introduction. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So I'll gonna share my screen. Guys, if you just run into our website, into the courses tab, you will see the upcoming events that is gonna happen in the future weekends. The next weekend we have parametric brickscapes, Grasshopper, augmented reality with AI, where Chavi Mehta from ex-Zaha Hadid Architect will teach us about these tools. Then we have Kedar Undale teaching about AI and parametric negotiations, Comfy UI, and all sort of Flux and Kling AI and Nano Banana will be used. We have Design Tech Talk with us, joining with Eduardo Tibuzzi, Anna Gabriella, Daniel Kohler, Aldo Solasso, and Lucas Ebb. This is almost in 3 weeks, second weekend of January. Fibrous Architecture is a workshop with Amar Shetty. AI-driven retail architecture with Rolando. It's again another AI workshop. Algorithmic urban design and Grasshopper with Ogjen Gravoch. And then there's another two AI workshops coming up as well. One with Ozan R2, synthetic architecture, where we're going to use Midjourney, ChatGPT, Photoshop, and also many tools. Then the last workshop we have almost in 56 days is the cinematic architecture, AI-powered design workflows with Alina. And you can check our membership page for joining all these workshops. We, of course, offer full access membership. And if you're interested to join your company to Academy, giving access to all the workshops. You can just fill up this form. We give seats-based access to the platform. So feel free to just fill the form and send us a request. That's it from my side. The communication will be over the Discord. The Discord link is already shared with you guys on the chat section. The chat section in here that you can see, I'm just going to send a hi in here. Hi, everyone. It will be our main communication channel. Alex and Enrique will be communicating with you guys over there as well. If you have any questions, feel free to write there. If not, in the Q&A box in the Zoom section, we can also check there as well. But everything that is written there in the chat section and Discord will be kept forever. But this Zoom chat section won't be, we won't be able to save it. So thanks just I see some people are joining. Well, thank you so much, everyone. The floor is for you guys. Alex and Enrique, feel free to share your screen and start the session.
Cool. Thank you. Alrighty. You see the screen okay?
I can see it's loading. Yes, I can see your screen now. Great.
Yeah, it's on.
Cool.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Alrighty,
before you start, Alex, sorry, there's a discount code that we will not. There's a coupon code that we'll share with you guys, so you can have a free access to RunDiffusion. So you don't need to buy a membership or something right now. At least for this workshop, if you need, you can do it later. So with this workshop, you can just use it for free, and it will be shared in the chat section. So keep an eye on the chat section, and let's go with Alex.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just going to run through how you do that right now. So if you want to kind of follow along with the session, it's going to be reasonably interactive, but also we've kind of had, we set up a basic trial so you can get a month free access to RunDiffusion and 10,000 credits. So you just jump to the website, which I posted in the chat. Oh, also Hamid posted. Thank you for that. And then when you go to sign up and use an email address. Okay, make sure you're not a robot, which is always a mildly stressful test. That's not advice. Wait, is that it? No, that's fine. Okay. Okay, and then it will verify. Here we go. And okay, after you've verified your email, what you can do is if you jump into here and go to upgrade your plan, if you select monthly and hobby, you should just be able to put in that PA12 2025 code. It's also kind of worth noting that this code's only active for, I believe, until midnight tonight. So if you're thinking about trying it out later, I definitely recommend just signing up for it now, put it in the code. That way you have the credits, you have the month, and it's free to use kind of whenever you need them. And yeah, and that way you have it. But I believe at midnight tonight, the code will stop working. So if you want to follow along, definitely kind of sign up. All righty. So, and also if you have any questions, we're both in the chat. So if one of us is presenting and one of us is kind of monitoring that, feel free to put them in there. We'll try to kind of address them as we go. But if not, there's a Q&A section at the end, and we'll also be pausing for a little break halfway through. So if you have any questions, throw them in the chat. And if we can't kind of address them as we're going through the presentation, we'll definitely jump back to them in either the Q&A section or just before the break. Okay, fantastic. Firstly, thank you everybody for joining. This session is called RunDiffusion End-to-End AI Visuals for Architecture. When we initially started putting together this course, it was probably a couple of months ago, and as everyone's acutely aware, this is a very fast-moving pace. So when I originally sent over the visuals of things we were going to present, we were running through the presentation. I don't actually think we're going to present anything that we originally talked about, but that's okay. It's kind of it's a very fast-moving pace, and I thought from talking to Enrique, a good thing to present would just be our kind of unique experiences in this space, things that are different that we deal with in our day to day, and some kind of lessons learned, and just kind of open up those communication channels. After the course, if you want to reach out on LinkedIn or through any other channel, please do. I'm always up for a kind of conversation. I think that that's kind of the best part about a lot of these sessions is the people you kind of meet along the way. So anyway, let's jump into it.
Yeah, well, hello everyone. Thank you for joining. Let me present myself. I'm an architect in Woods Bagot here in Melbourne. I've been in Woods Bagot for 3 years now, and what I mostly do in Woods Bagot is front end. So my focus is always around concept design and early stages, and we found really good new tools that we are using now. And as Alex mentioned, is going in such a fast piece that it's always good to have moments like this to share and discuss different strategies and tools that everyone can use. We'll be presenting some workflows on our day-to-day use, so like practical uses more than theory.
Cool. Alrighty, my name's Alex. I work for the holding company called 7C. So 7C is a collection of companies. Woodsbag is the biggest. There's also ERA, which is a brand experience company, Impact Futures, which is an environmental consulting company, and Customs Bureau, which is a custom hotelier. I have a master in architecture from the University of Melbourne. I'm a design technology nerd. I love kind of tinkering, breaking things, building things, trying to understand how things work. And I am very much a DALL-E Mini enjoyer. For those of you who got on board back when that launched, that was probably to this day still remains my favorite model of all time. So as kind of Enrique talked about, he's going to be discussing workflows, but we're going to start off by talking about how we ended up at this point in the journey. Woods Bagot and 7C is quite a large company. So kind of choosing an appropriate solution took a lot of time and thinking and care. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that as a bit of a unique perspective of what it's like to work at a company with 18 offices. We'll talk about the platform, RunDiffusion itself, jump into some workflows. Then we'll kind of step back to talk a little bit about the underlying technology that operates beneath these models, talk about LoRa's and prompting, and then just kind of a little bit of fun at the end, a bit of vibe coding, jumping into Gaussian splatting. For those of you who know what that is, it is a way to kind of generate 3D worlds, which I kind of feel like is the next step. We're doing quite well with 2D, 3D's coming along, video is quite good, and kind of interactive 3D worlds is probably next. Depending on time, we might jump into Comfy, and then hopefully have a little bit of Q&A at the end. Okay, so for those of you who don't know about Woods Bagot, Woods Bagot is a multinational design company. The architecture kind of side has an architecture side, urban design, interior design. We design everything and have delivered everything from the urban planning scale to super talls, infrastructure, all the way down to pavilions. I believe we have done the inside of perfume stores. So there's an extremely kind of wide range of scope that falls under the Woods Bagot banner. We have 18 offices located all around the world. And so the sun never really sets on the Woods Bagot timeline. We're a true interactive, intercollaborating studio. We operate as one global studio. it's very kind of common for projects to bounce in between these different studios. They operate kind of regionally, but for the larger projects, they utilize the entire 24-hour timeline to really help deliver the work. And I guess ultimately we believe in people architecture. This is kind of part of the mandate that governs the company we work for. And I guess what that means in terms of implementation of AI tools or any tools in general is that we are a design first and a people first company. And so adding tools in the collaboration side is really important. That's part of how we deliver our projects. And then adding in new tools conceptually is really about augmenting the current design process and the design rigor that we've built up over our history and kind of enhancing that. So while some tools or some kind of technologies allow you to take shortcuts or jump forward or kind of big leaps, I guess the way that conceptually we like to look at it is more of an additive process on top of the existing framework that we've kind of developed over our timeline. Oh, I also forgot to mention that Woods Baggett's the second oldest architecture firm in Australia by like a couple of weeks. So it's pretty close, and yeah, we've been around for a very long time. So we have kind of a very kind of rich design history. Alrighty, so the first thing we're going to do is jump into RunDiffusion itself. I'm going to give you a little bit of a tour around the platform itself, talk about some of the features, how it kind of works, access, some of the admin tools as well. Being such a large company, you know, that kind of enterprise level kind of access, support, and management is pretty important to us. And so that was kind of like a big part of the decision-making process. So I'm just going to jump into the platform now. Stop sharing that. Okay. Alrighty, so when you first land in RunDiffusion, you'll land on this side. I guess it's kind of worth noting that RunDiffusion's been around for quite a long time. A lot of these kind of technologies are pretty fast moving. But you know, we've been working with them for a couple of years now. This is kind of the open source, this is the API side where there's like kind of like lots of things wrapped in a nice wrapper, very easy to use. They also do have access to all the open source apps. So when we kind of first started working with them, there's a lot of comfy UI on the cloud, automatic 1111 for all you people who like tinkering with all the settings. Hopefully we get there today, but we'll kind of see. There's this entire open source app side on the other side, which is great for the people who really like to dig into the settings, you know, tweak, find control, that kind of thing. They have, yeah, a lot of kind of great models there. They have some upscalers, things like that. So if you do kind of want, if you are kind of deeper into the image generation side and you really want to jump in and dig around and kind of see all the settings and play with the back end, the open source apps are great. But primarily today, we're going to be on the other side called Run It. And Run It is really the kind of cleaner interface API. You've got your nano bananas, you've got all of your, you know, the best models live over there. It's also worth kind of noting that they have very fast kind of integration. So they pretty much provide day one support for any new models. 1.5 for ChatGPT came out and it was integrated the next day. Nano Banana came out, integrated the next day. The ability to have kind of a single license to a single platform and then have all of these new models come in, and what we've discussed as a very fast moving space is really a benefit, a massive benefit for a company of our size. The ability to just kind of pay for one license and not have to kind of jump around as the technology goes, and also kind of lean on the knowledge and expertise of RunDiffusion themselves to help curate the experience for our users is extremely important. So being at an enterprise level, they do kind of have all of those things that are important to us. SSO integration, no IP, IP ownership of the creator, which is us, rather than like co-ownership, which is kind of some of the problem with some of the other models out there. There's no training on any of our data, the ability to set up secure spaces. So if we have private projects or secure projects, we can kind of create, hidden areas or secure areas for the teams to work in where it's not kind of shared within the company. So we also have training, we have onboarding, 24-hour support, all that stuff, which is actually very important when you work at a company that's 18 officers. Sometimes I need to sleep, and so when I'm asleep, other people can still kind of get support, which is kind of great. So all of that's kind of ticked off, which is a really big part of one of the reasons we chose them. Once you get in here, it's reasonably easy to use. Home has just kind of quick links. Primarily, we work in a thing called boards, which is what we'll be talking about today. It's also worth noting that at the end of the session, we will add anyone who would like to into this account. So if you'd like to kind of jump in, see what we've done, see the prompts, see the models, there's also templates in there. Some of the lawyers I've trained live in here. So if you kind of want access to this at the end, we've spoken to RunDiffusion and we'll add people in kind of to just kind of have a dig around. I think that's part of the thing that makes Woods Bagot or, working special is the kind of the collaboration of the people and learning from each other is really important. So after the session today, we'll add everyone in as kind of a user if you want, and you can, take our prompts or look at the models we use or the templates we use or anything like that. So yeah, so that'll be coming later. So anyway, fundamentally, there is the experience where you can work in single tools. So as we kind of jump around here, you can see that you have access to all the models. 1.5 is here. Nano Banana. There's around, when we first started working with RunDiffusion, there were around 200 models. And I feel like at this point, there's probably even more. There's access to a lot of the open source models. There's access to a lot of the closed source API models. All of your kind of different flavors and variations are in there. It's also worth noting that for those of you who've been around and used Juggernaut, Juggernauts was trained by RunDiffusion. So they have their own kind of internal model development team. And then there's also some kind of custom tools that they've built for us and some of their other customers that live in there. So as you can kind of click around, there's all the models that you can really think of. There's a bunch of ones you've probably never heard of. And if you're also feeling nostalgic and you want to get back to SDXL, which sometimes I do because, I just enjoy it, I guess. Yeah, DALL-E Mini not included, but I will be. Now I've after doing this presentation and reviving my love for that model, I will be talking to the RunDiffusion team about getting that one included. So, for anyone who's kind of ever used a text-based or even an edit-based model, the experience within the single tool modes is kind of super easy. You've got your text, you've got your settings, you have your, the quality, and you have your output size. You can change the model here from 1.5 to 2 dev or 2 pro. It kind of switches over. You notice it's kind of contextual, so you'll see this kind of changes down here depending on the model you have open, whether or not it has an input or not. It has text to image, it has image to image, it has image to video, all that stuff too. So, if you've used these models, that's probably not that new to you, but I think the reason and one of the kind of nice things that exists is this thing called boards. Boards allows you to add a selection of tools to a single place, and then kind of collaborate with your team members. The nice thing about this is you can add kind of multiple tools to do multiple things. I guess now as we move along the timeline of image diffusion, Nano Banana Pro is pretty much just ahead above the rest at the moment. So back in the day, there was definitely more tools on boards that allowed people to do different things like what those particular models were really good at. As we've kind of moved down and along the timeline, there are kind of still different visual biases. So depending on the models you like or the particular output style you like, you might be using different styles, but Nano's kind of taken over. But the nice thing about boards, you can see here is while I'm kind of talking to you, we have Enrique in the boards working. and you can see kind of the generations happening in real time. So for some of our teams that work multinationally, this is a great way to pass information and learning and design along the 24-hour timeline that is the Woods Bagot Day. So you can kind of add different models in here. I can see Enrique working. If I want to kind of remix what he's doing, I have the prompts. If there's an input, I'll have the inputs as well. I can just kind of keep iterating on top of what he's done, take that learning and then build upon that to kind of help fine tune the process itself. So fundamentally, boards allow you to, have this kind of shared collective space to design in, work together. It also allows you to add kind of metadata to the creations as well. So like basically every AI system out there, it's tokenized. If tokens are kind of a consideration that need to be passed on, you can, start adding information like that into the boards and then use that on the back end to kind of access or understand how much you're spending on the different projects, if that's something that kind of your company needs to do. So we do have boards set up for each of the different examples we're going to be running through today. Another good kind of useful thing to talk about is as you kind of move down here, there is the ability to train lawyers. We'll talk about that later. You can jump over to the open source apps. Down here you have help. So they have a kind of ticketing system with 24-hour support, super useful. They also have guides and tutorials forever. Like I said, they're a company that's been around a long time. So all the way back to like Automatic 1111, you'll find tutorials for that. And then there is actually quite a lot of architecture specific training. So one thing that you also find is, as you go to educate yourself out in the world, there's a lot of stuff around product design, there's a lot of stuff around people, but sometimes super architecture specific is a bit harder to find. So they've developed kind of their own training stuff, which is super useful. Also, as we kind of jump into the settings, there is the dashboard. So you can kind of monitor, different access. You can give people different roles, kind of similar to anyone who uses ACC. You can kind of set up your own permissions, give people limits, assign them to boards, have templates for the boards, that kind of stuff. So it's very easy to roll out. You can kind of adjust that at a global level, a company level, and a board level. So you have like a lot of control, which is quite nice. Alrighty, I feel like that is a kind of very quick overview. It's also worth noting you can kind of get analytics on the models different people are using, which kind of helps us curate our training. So we can kind of monitor trends over the global studio and then look to kind of provide very specific training based off the models people are using and the kind of tasks that they're doing. You do also kind of have the ability to unlock generations and see what other people are doing and then give them feedback or kind of create specific training for the people. Due to the kind of size of the data set that it spins up, getting the data can take a little bit of time. So it's normally a couple of minutes. This is a pretty quiet board. It's just me and Enrique doing stuff. So yeah, so I might bring this back up later because yeah, I'd rather just jump into it than wait for a graph to load. So yeah, so that's kind of how it works. When you do want to create a new board, you can just click new board. There are templates in here as well. Like I said, once you guys jump in at the end of the session, if you would like to see the templates that we have set up in here, you can kind of look at the tools. You can duplicate templates, you can roll them out like that. So when there's kind of a new onboarding, it's very quick to kind of create a new template and then just get the team up and running, which is pretty useful. Alrighty. So next thing to talk about is we're doing workflows next, yeah?
Yep. Yeah.
So
Let's do that.
we're going to pass over to Enrique, and he's going to take us through a few different workflows of the way you can use the boards and kind of the fluidity and freedom it gives you, and just some of the cool stuff that he's been doing.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, so yeah, the first workflow is the more loose. So it's a way to start with something that like you have an idea or a geometry that you are interested in explore. As many generative AI tools, you can just start to prompt, and then from there pick the options that you are getting out of the results, and from there you start to add more layers and layers of detail. So for this case, I prepared a board in RunDiffusion. So you can see when you generate an so this will be the base image to use just as a concept, and you can just drop in the image and have a prompt. You choose the tool you're going to test, and so I'm going to run it. In this case, I did one before. In Nano Banana is really accurate with maintaining the proportions and the style that you want to achieve. The cool thing also that you can just drag and see the results. In this case, I'm asking in the prompts just to pick the massing in red and use it. So once you're happy with the results, you can generate also multiple images batch. And if you are more inclined to use other tools because the results are different, you can also get the same prompt, the same image, and have them running in multiple tools. So this is a good way just to compare the results, and maybe because this is a very loose way to generate images, the camera is not going to be in the same location or not fixed, but this is for concept exploration. So the thing that is very versatile with RunDiffusion is that you can just drag results maybe from Nano Banana and chuck them into the Dream, and then from there you can just generate another different prompt. And just start to have different results and just start to understand which is the best way to prompt, and then choose the results that you are getting. Then I have prepared also another board. Meanwhile, this is working. Let me show you a different board. When you have more, you need to have more control about what's the angle, because as architects you always want to be more in control of things. There's just changing a little bit the settings on the display options of your software preference, but right now in this case, you just create a screenshot of the massing and use it to generate images based on the colors. So in the prompt, you can assign what material you want to use, and also once you're happy with the result, you can use the same materials ID to change and test different ones. So in this case, I have This was the previous render, and I used the same material ID just to note that I want to use a specific tone on which areas. And Nano Banana is really good at that. It's very precise. I guess with your tools and the new versions, it's going to have also good results too. But at the moment, this is the one that we are using the most. Also, once you another thing that I want to share with you is go to the is editing. So for this image, I created a view, a frontal view here. Here it is. Sorry. Okay. So if you mark up directly on your render and you want to change the view, and you can prompt that and then start to get results aligned to that markup. So it's a really useful way just to change the camera. If you don't have a model that you have control of, otherwise you can always go back to your base Rhino model and change the view exactly where you want it to be, and then generate a different render. And in this, for this, I created an interior of view from the rooftop of this building. And other way to get advantage of these tools is to do markups. Let me show you here. So you just maybe this is something that happens in the office sometimes. It's, that you get markups from people that are maybe not too they don't are diving in technical stuff. They just want things going quickly. So this is a direct markup to render, and the prompt is just as easy as edit the first image with markups on the second image. So this is the input that comes from a PDF, and then the same render is going to be replaced. As you can see, it's changing the materials of the bar, changing the lamps, the vegetation that is there, and it's all based in with the same markups. As you can see here, there are screen grabs of the lamps that you want to change, or just pointing out where's the vegetation that you want to switch for what, or materials, in this case for the structure of the rooftop canopy and or the bar. So I guess the good thing about this is this tool is that everything gets stored in your library. You have a library in the library. You have the results that you have gotten from all the tools, but also all the uploads. You can always go back and rework if needed. Let me show you here. Enhancing Rhino viewports is really common nowadays, but the results are really good, and the best thing that you can just start to fine tuning and adding more detail as you need. And yeah, for the workflows, this will be the first part, Alex.
We did have some questions in the chat. Janelle asked, how do you create multiple shots? I'm not entirely, sorry, are you referring to creating kind of multiple iterations at the same time, or multiple shots of the same model, or if I
well,
guess maybe you could run through. Maybe it'd be possible for you to run through just like how you use the tools. So maybe start,
yes,
do something,
yes,
risk a
maybe.
live demo.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, once you have a maybe this geometry here, this is render, and then you can create a front. Mhm. You, if she's asking about create multiple price, there's an option to in some tools that you can choose the number of images you want to generate with the same prompt and the same info. Or if you want to, like switch between different, you have to prompt it. So you can create a front view, and then you can create uh, an aerial. And from there, you can just change the view. Or as I mentioned, you can also mark it up. So let's try it live, see what happens.
I think it's kind of funny that with all of like the advancements in AI and technology, Snippy Tool is still like the greatest thing of all time.
Yes,
Nothing beats Snippy.
yes. Well, you can see that these first results are already in. You can create aerial views. This was the front view. As you also, as you can see, it's always good to run multiple images because it's not always precise. Because I'm not giving any guidance, so it's just a front view, and maybe the interpretation for complex geometry cannot be always the same. So in this case, this was, I think, successful.
Hmm.
And also for
I
the
think
aerial.
without without massively spoiling what's coming up later, I think uh, if you're looking for a workflow to finite control of 3D models, then the second half of this presentation has a nice treat for you. Ray, yes. Okay, Ray, let me throw the Miro board in the chat. I think it was posted by PA Academy in the chat a little bit further up as well. Yeah, yeah. So let me know if you have access to that. Also, to answer your question around Nano Banana working so well in RunDiff, it's also Pro. So the adherence and quality and control you get out of Pro is significantly better in our kind of testing than edit the original edit and like vanilla model. So if you've tried it with the original Nano Banana and haven't tried it with Pro, definitely recommend doing that. Nano Banana Pro is incredible. Unfortunately, with AI Studios, it's um yeah, you only get 2 generations, I think, a day. Do we have tips? Well, luckily, we're going to talk a little bit about prompting in a bit. But I think also, I mean, one good thing is if you kind of send us your credentials or emails after, we'd be happy to add you into the board, and then you can just kind of grab all of our prompts. I think one of the biggest problems currently in image diffusion, in some of the newer multimodal models, is their ability to understand text. So the kind of reference to snippy tools is really just a good way to interact with diffusion models. Diffusion models are great at images. They're great at understanding, tokenizing, segmenting images. So giving them visual clues is just a lot easier. So yeah, I think kind of using like either text markup, Bluebeam, Adobe, Snippy Tool, Photoshop, is kind of very powerful. And then also multiple iterations is also great because on some levels you're dealing with random numbers. So sometimes you just hit a bad seed and there's kind of nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, yeah, but if you need, like, to be more precise, I highly recommend to have, like, a very simple model that you can screenshot and then just add it to the info. That in this case, the input is one of the renders. The second image is the angle with the view we want to have, and the prompt is really simple. It's just change the view angle to the one in the second image. Let's see what's the result. But yeah, we can see this one is very similar to what's prompted, and the input was the frontal view. So just prompting to change the view, if you are not like worried about having a precise, like view angle or something that you want to show in particular, you're just exploring, it's fine. But the next level, I guess, is always to be more in control to what's showing. Maybe use that later on to generate videos or different things.
Yeah, I think also part of the skill with prompting is it's to a certain degree it's kind of just practice. You just have to try and get your 10,000 hours. I think that yeah, it's just
Yeah.
part of it is just practicing and failing a lot. Part of it is fine tuning. Part of it is using base images. Sometimes use a markup and it works. Sometimes use a markup and it doesn't work. So I think kind of having the curiosity and not and just knowing that this is a new skill is a really really big part of it. So yeah. Enrique is by far one of the most kind of talented people in the organization, which is why he's presenting. And so, yeah, sometimes when you see him do things, you're like, oh wow, I wish I could do that. But he's been doing that. He's dedicated a lot of time to this, so the outputs always look very beautiful. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, thanks, Alex.
All right. Yep. Right. Yeah. We'll add you in at the end. So we'll just add everyone at bulk probably. Yeah. So I don't know how we'll do it. We'll figure it out. But yeah, if you just reach out to us or post in the chat or email or LinkedIn or something, we'll definitely add you in. And then you can kind of jump in and grab whatever you need. All right. We are ahead of schedule. Did you want to run through the hexagon one, Enrique?
Yeah, let me show you one that I prepared. This will be like introduction to the following workflow. But again, this was just a simple prompt. Create an architectural pavilion, state of the art, and then trying to set up where is it. And the style is really, really good. And you can start to switch the camera, move the camera, start to inform what's the context, where it's located, what do you want to see in the background. This has improved a lot since Nano Pro, but it's always hard to, again, have control on it. But one way to, because this was not modeled, this was just starting here. But if you don't have a model and you want to have control of it, you can just prompt isolate the pavilion with white background in this case. And you can also ask or prompt to generate, the 4 elevations of that pavilion, and you can use these to model it in Rhino later, or you can use the same image to generate a mesh that later on you can work with in your model if you're happy with the shape.
Yeah, cool. All right. Okay, well, what we're going to do now is, sorry, did you want to talk about any more of the workflows?
No.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what we are going to talk about now is we're going to jump into a little bit screen 2. Beautiful. We're going to talk a little bit about kind of theory and the history of the models. And I think that this is kind of important in understanding how they work and where they come from, as well as kind of some visual bias. And it's also how I personally like to learn about new kind of technologies. I think that if you try to understand how the technology is built, and whether that's a 3D modeling software, whether that's a visual scripting program, whether that's a photo editing software or indeed an image diffusion model, understanding kind of the underlying technology can really inform the way you use it, and also at a bit of a global level or a specialist level, the way you can kind of teach it to people. Because if you can start to understand at least how it's built, then you can kind of start to understand the decisions or the control that you need to have when you're kind of operating with it. Now, image diffusion models, we're not really going to talk about how diffusion works itself. I think that at this stage, most people kind of know about how image diffusion works. But fundamentally, it starts with random noise. So as someone who's like a pretty big nerd, random number generation is one of my favorite things. And so the fact that diffusion models use random noise, which is two-dimensional random numbers, is pretty exciting if you're someone like me. So if we kind of look back in time, the image diffusion kind of revolution, I guess, or as like a bit of a process, has been around for a while. Stable Diffusion started in December 2020. And then in 2021, we had DALL-E Mini, and technically DALL-E Mini isn't a diffusion model. It's actually an autoregressive transformer model, which is kind of is basically how the images get made. It kind of doesn't really matter. I just threw in DALL-E Mini because for me, it was an important step in the diffusion process, or like the popularity of the diffusion process, because when it came along, it to a certain degree democratized image diffusion. Stable Diffusion, at least the early ones, were a little bit harder to use, and then DALL-E Mini came out. It was on your phone. Sure, there was like a bit of a wait back then because everyone was jumping on the servers, but you could just kind of do things live, and it was automatic. And so for me, it was a pretty kind of important part of the kind of democratization. And now, obviously, in this kind of brief history of image diffusion, we're massively jumping over Midjourney to kind of stick with the diffusion side. That's kind of really just down to, I guess, more along my own journey of where I have spent my time researching, and also the kind of open source nature of these models. So if you're someone who kind of likes tinkering, likes settings, likes the open source community, this side was always a lot more interesting to me. So anyway, we had DALL-E Mini, then we had SD in 2022, and then SDXL in 2023, which was the first 1024 by 1024, so like reasonable size. There was obviously all the upscaling and things that happened in the background that was kind of interesting. And then of course, before all of this, we had the GAN era, but we're not really going to talk about that too much. And then you had Flux. So that was kind of the early on, mostly image space. And then like fairly recently, we had the kind of introduction of context models. And I think context models, in a similar way to DALL-E Mini, like super democratized the image diffusion space. These are really important because in a similar way to, you know, some of the large language models, having a very simple interface, text-based prompts, the introduction of context prompting, and like multimodal models really allowed, you know, a full democratization. You didn't need to be, you know, you didn't need to have a look into prompt engineering. You didn't kind of need to understand the bracket structure of Stable Diffusion prompting. You just needed to tell the model what you needed it to do. So Nano Banana kind of first appeared in 2025. Flux 0.1 context was September. Seedream had 4, and then 4.5 came out very recently, and then ChatGPT 1.5 came out last week. And I guess for me, as someone who likes to dig around in the underlying technology beneath them, context models are interesting because they're multimodal, and what that means is the earlier image generation models could only do one thing. They could just kind of create models, but so they're called unimodal models. And then when multimodal started coming about, what's really started to happen here is we have these very kind of big, powerful models, both on the image side and on the language side. And multimodal started to break down kind of the barriers into basically networks that could communicate with each other. And the important part about that is, I think for me at least, is that you are kind of like really breaking down the walls of these like very singular things to open them up to kind of more technology. And so that's when these models really started excelling, and you'll see kind of the jumps happen through time as from like Flux 1 context. When that happened, that was amazing, and then all the way kind of through to Nano Banana Pro, and no one's really caught up to Nano Banana Pro. It's been pretty much best in the game for the moment. But it really comes down to kind of like how the encoding work or the decoding works before it kind of gets re-encoded, and like how the input data and the architecture can kind of like fuse together on the back end to create like a more cohesive product across kind of multiple or single, like from multiple like unimodals into a single multimodal. So like I like kind of back to the random noise thing. If you're a bit of a nerd, like it's pretty exciting because you can start to see the possibilities that happen as these kind of walls, ecosystems start to fuse together, which is, I don't know, I think it's pretty exciting. And so then you kind of get basically all of these different options. And as we talked about, Nano Banana Pro is very powerful, but it doesn't mean that there aren't kind of really interesting other options out there. All the way back to SDXL. And SDXL, the SDXL community is still kind of very like prolific on Civet and Reddit if you're kind of part of those communities. Flux dev is also very good, but the kind of nice thing, or one of the nice things about boards and having access to all these different models, is you can kind of start to play and kind of work on your own personal aesthetic and visual style. So whether that's developing your own prompting or whether that is selecting a model that is based on your own kind of personal aesthetics. So in the last probably year and a half, I think we've moved past the bias of the model being a kind of restrictive thing. So the bias of the model, maybe its inability to draw people's faces, or its inability or training data meant that it would only kind of understand specific things. And the kind of interesting thing about it now is that the way that I see bias is kind of more around visual bias. And so if we jump back into RunDiffusion, uh, the thing that I always talk about when we are onboarding or training different teams is finding the bias that kind of fits your own aesthetic. So the way that I like to think about bias in this point in time is really around the bias of the aesthetics of the training data set that they're trained on. So to a certain degree, all of the models that have been made in the last 6 months are going to give you kind of very realistic, faces, people, structure. You obviously the quality and improvement in the very recent models is all, is amazing. And so then what you kind of really start to look at is, instead of whether or not you're getting the level of realism you're looking for, is what your own kind of personal style or personal aesthetic is. And the interesting thing about that is, and it's also prevalent in the video models, if you do a lot of image to video, the easiest way to kind of understand the aesthetic bias is by understanding the data set that it's trained on. And the easiest way to kind of understand that, I guess, is to look at, the way that I like to do it at least, is to look at the regional location in which they're trained, and then the render houses or the render companies that come out of those particular areas. So, for example, Nano Banana Pro is a Google model and is trained out of the DeepMind group in Europe and also a little bit in North America. And the aesthetic then does have that very European style. So you have kind of very soft shadows. You have, like muted colors, I would say. There aren't very kind of harsh or they're very harsh lighting. So for me, the kind of comparisons back to Mia, the render house, which is like absolutely beautiful. And then if you start to look at some of the other ones, Seedream is owned by ByteDance, which is owned by Tencent, which is a Chinese company. And you have like Crystal Visualizations, which is a Chinese visualization render house, and they have kind of very particular aesthetic where they start to kind of have very strong hues, dark darks, bright brights, bright lighting. And then kind of very recently, you also have, somewhere in here, Flux. So Flux is a North American company. Black Forest Labs is based in North America. And their kind of style is more on the, true color realism side. So I think for me, the interesting thing now is you have all these great options. So you have this very kind of vast toolkit. They're all going to give you very realistic, beautiful things, and you can kind of just play with what you like, or play with all of them to kind of understand, the visual output you're going to get. So the kind of fun thing is you can just set up a board or something like this. Let's see if there's a prompt that I prepared earlier. Beautiful. And then from here, you can just jump into all the different models, throw in a prompt. Ooh, image size is required. Okay. And then the nice thing about this platform, at least one of the nice things that I think, is because you have access to all the same models running at the same time, and it's accessing APIs, so it's not kind of holding up any compute on your end. You do have the ability to basically mass create at the same time and then kind of compare, which is really nice. And then from here, you can just really explore what the output you aesthetically like. So when we're working with teams, we always encourage them to put the same prompt into multiple models, run it at the same time, and then just visually kind of examine the outputs. I think inherently architects are very visual people. They respond, a lot better to visual outputs. So the ability to kind of mass produce things, examine them, make your own choice based off what you particularly like. Some models are better at interiors, some models are better at exteriors, some models are better at lighting, some are better at, different things. And in fairness, it's kind of pretty hard to understand that without just visually doing it and then looking at the outcome and kind of choosing, what you like. So that's kind of one of the really powerful things I think about this is you do have the ability to kind of have all the tools in the same place, kind of move between them reasonably fluidly, create things all at once, compute on the back, like offsite, bring back all of the outputs, and then just kind of choose where you want to go from there and kind of curate your visual look for the project, or I guess your story, based off how you want to tell the story. So having the different options allows you the kind of control to really curate that experience as you kind of tell that story to a client or stakeholders or anything like that. So for me personally, I like Flux. Flux 2 came out a little while ago. Very nice model. Nano Banana is also great. I think they're all really great. It's kind of hard. I guess I'm probably a bit of a fanboy, so yeah, it's kind of hard to pick a favorite, but I have been playing with Flux a lot recently. And I guess for me, like the particular style of Flux is kind of just works with my aesthetic, I guess. All right. We are running a bit above time, but that's okay. Is there anyone? Oh, 7 in the chat. Yes, I can explain my prompting logic. We will jump into that very, very soon. Question. Enrique, can you see the chat? I think that the question from PA
Yeah.
is directed to you.
Yeah, and the question about the viewport setting in Rhino is just as long as you have I used black background, and as long as you have each material with a distinctive color, as in a material ID that the AI can recognize, there's no rules. So I just try to be like the clearest the better. So, and also at this stage it's just like studies, so the less amount of materials also the better, because you start to complicate things, and maybe that's for a later stage, but it picks really good the edges and the differences between the colors.
Okay, lots of questions about prompting. So we are going to talk about prompting in a little bit. So hopefully we will cover those questions using it. High stakes projects. Yes, we are using it in projects. I think how do clients react to the use of AI, or do they even care or question it? That's a great question. I think that going back to the earlier, sorry, so the question, I just realized I read that in my head and not out to the group. So you're actually using it in real production for high stakes projects, not just internal work within the architecture firm or like critiques. Do clients react to the use of AI, or do they even care or question it? I think the answer to that is kind of back to the people architecture and the underlying design principles that govern the way that the firm works. So part of the kind of deployment of the AI toolkit within 7C and Woods Bagot came down, was kind of a directive from our CEO, Sarah Kay. And the first basic rule of operations is that design integrity and quality is paramount. So I think that the inclusion of AI toolkits, and I kind of spoke about this a little bit before, means that it is additive to the existing process. So in terms of the way that we are discussing this with clients, the clients, a lot of them are repeat clients that we have existing relationships with. have built a trust in the relationship and the integrity in which we design and we work. And so adding AI to that just kind of allows us to better tell the story, produce better outcomes, and add on top of the work that we're already doing. So I guess I'm not entirely sure if that answers the question, but I think that you see a lot of things in social media where it's like you know, turning your 3D model into a model, like a physical model sitting on a table, or like how to superimpose your building onto a site. But while some of those are kind of cool, they kind of lack the control and design integrity that I think are really, really important. Probably the most important things to architects and designers in the image diffusion space. And I think that's been one of the biggest problems that we've had with some of the earlier models, pretty much up until Nano Banana, is the inability to have finite control over the output. And in some ways, it's kind of exciting because you put a prompt out there and you hope you hit a good random number, and you don't really know what you're going to get back. And sometimes you get something interesting and thought-provoking, and sometimes you just don't. But fundamentally, I think it's still down to the designer and the team to use their, like, you know, to critically review the work in the same way that you could model something in Rhino and it doesn't mean that it could be built. Yeah. Yes. I hope that answers your question, Ray. If not, jump in the chat. Do we have typical prompts? Prompts. Okay, cool. Everyone's asking about prompts. We are going to get there. And I'm very happy we decided to include a prompt section, or I feel underprepared. But yes, we do have a section on prompting. In terms, yeah, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it then. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, we're running a little ahead of time, but I think that's good. We're just going to keep powering on. If we finish early, that's cool. If we run late, that's cool. But we'll keep going with a little bit of discussions around kind of critical review of AI models. I think talking about or examining what you see in social media or LinkedIn can sometimes be a little bit of like an echo chamber in an interesting way. There are a lot of people on there who are extremely good at using the tools, and it's incredibly inspiring. And to be honest, like, a lot of my research does spin out of a post I see on Reddit or LinkedIn. But then sometimes you do kind of fall victim to thinking that, or not fully having a critical understanding of the capabilities of the models, and thinking either everything is possible, and or maybe, you know, you're just not good at it, or so I kind of like every now and then going back to academia to see how they're kind of reviewing those. Academia, especially at this point, or like, not at this point, that was the wrong way to say it. Academia is like extremely important for kind of critical review of processes, because once you kind of, everyone gets out into the workforce, you're really busy doing stuff, and you don't have time to go back and really take the time and dedication to allow you to examine absolutely everything you might want to in the model. And you definitely form your own opinions about what's possible and what's not possible, whether it's the rotation of a camera, whether it's the control of materiality. But it is kind of good to, at the same time, go back and find people who are out there researching these things at a very deep level, who have a deep understanding, because it does allow you to just better understand the kind of possibilities and the best ways that you can also work with these models. So because of that, we're going to talk about a couple of things. The first thing we're going to talk about is, if I can find my slide, there we go, beautiful, is AEC Foundry. So AEC Foundry is a research group that has a number of professional stakeholders that invest into this group. And what they were looking at is the ability of large language models to understand plans. Now, keep in mind, this study was done a little while ago. It was before Gemini 3 came out. So 2.5 was the last flavor of Gemini. And the test was on 150 residential plans around element identification and counting. So I think one of the things that a lot of people are looking at the moment is the ability to kind of automate some of the repetitive tasks with AI. Obviously, we're all looking for efficiencies, scheduling, counting, all that stuff. You're like, surely I could just kind of hand that off and an AI could do my door schedule, or the AI could tell me, how much of this and how much of that I have. And, like with OCR, being able to read text, surely large language models should be able to read building plans. Door symbols are pretty, universal. Lights are pretty universal. Windows are pretty universal, surely. Surely this is going to be possible. However, it was actually reasonably telling that from a fairly extensive test, that the best model only hit 41%. So while they were kind of reasonably good at understanding large things, so things like bedrooms, toilets, larger spaces, labeled rooms, they were pretty good at understanding that. You can see they're hitting up in the 80% on the best ones, and then a little bit lower down on some of the smaller models. Things like doors, windows, absolutely horrible. Like 26%, they would get it right. I think it's kind of interesting because a lot of people would probably assume that this is possible. But when you look at, the kind of the basic percentages of pass and failure in counting elements, which you would assume, and I assumed at least, that this would be pretty easy. They're not even really close to production ready. So, Gemini Pro is the best. And it would be interesting to see if this gets rerun with Gemini 3, because Gemini 3 is an amazingly powerful model with quite a good image component to it. At the moment, they're not even close. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. This is something I found while kind of researching some topics for this course. So I just thought I'd kind of share it. I think it's very important to kind of look at the positives and negatives of all the different kind of technologies out there, to understand kind of where the gaps are. So yeah, so that was kind of the first one. And then the second one is a project called Pico Banana 400K. Pico Banana 400K came out reasonably recently, reasonably soon after Nano Banana came out. And it was a research project by a research team at Apple. And the reason that this was interesting is because they were really trying to create a good data set for further research. So the idea of Pico Banana 400K was to focus on like the underlying data, automate ways to create high fidelity data sets. So the 400K is the 400,000 images that they used and were created. It's built off real world images. So they used the OpenImage v6 library. They wrote prompts. And then they had kind of a QA/QC using a large language model as well, so trying to automate that entire process. And then they had pass-fail for each images, and if it failed, it did a retry. And it had 3 attempts at retrying. And from here, they were kind of able to kind of aggregate some pretty interesting data. So they used OpenImage v6, which is a collection of tokenized and tagged images. The reason that they did that instead of using synthetic data, so a lot of training data, LoRa's, all that stuff is built off synthetic data. What synthetic data means in the kind of image generation space means it's been created with an image diffusion or with a diffusion model or an AI image model, and then you kind of use that. So that's kind of a pretty common way to do it. But the problem with that is you get a thing called domain shift issues. With domain shift issues, it's basically if you create the initial model with AI, you miss some of the kind of natural variation and randomness, I guess, that exists in normal photos or real photos. And because of that, you kind of get this thing called like syn to real gap, which is basically the difference between a synthetic photo and a real photo. And the problem with that is then as the AI model starts to understand whether or not it thinks it's passed or failed, it's not really an accurate situation, at least when you're creating a training data set, because the original image isn't real. And so therefore, when you put in a real image, the gap between pass and fail on the other end is now kind of distorted because the starting position wasn't a real image. So using kind of OpenImage v6 was a kind of really important step because a lot of people don't use real photos. They just use synthetic data because it's way easier to just create, 400,000 random images rather than using them. So yeah, you kind of really need to start at a position of a real photo. So OpenImage is really a great place to do it. So basically, like I kind of spoke about, they had two different kind of data sets, and it was large language model controlled. So they used Gemini Pro to understand the pass or fail. And they tested on instruction compliance, seamlessness, preservation, and technical quality. And then they had 35 different edit types from kind of basic pixel tweaking, style transfers, human edits, and spatial layouts. They also had 56,000 pass fails, which kind of they also shared with the community. And then they also had a thing called a multi-turn, and they were kind of one of the first research groups to do this. And this is taking an image and then kind of passing it down a number of edits and kind of retaining history along that. So one thing I also think that's kind of a little bit funny is that the arrows and the font style is pretty questionable, but I guess if you're if you're a researcher, you don't particularly care about that stuff, but I always think it's kind of funny when you go for like Comic Sans MS. But yeah, so multi-turn is like take an original image, do something to it, do something to that image without kind of saying what you've done to the original image. And so the kind of expectation is that the model understands the history of the image. And so they also had 72,000 multi-turn edits as well. So it's a really kind of huge data set. And I think the kind of most interesting thing is what was gathered out of all of that. So there was kind of high success and low success, and the easy, like the really good things that it was quite good at was style transferring. So it was pretty easy to kind of, applying a strong stylistic transfer from a text description. Keep in mind, this is all text prompting. It's only single image input, not multi-image input, like Nano Banana or, Seedream or something like that. And then the ones that it really struggled with, so it was, really strong at stylization transfers. It was okay at removing objects or like replacing with a separate category or a seasonal change, so making it winter, making it snow, which is always kind of fun to do and pretty ironic when you live in Australia and it never really snows here. And then the things it really struggled with are precise geometry layouts, changing in size and orientation, boundary continuity when outpainting, and text. Now, I think like a lot of people who use this technology aren't surprised by any of that. But I think that in a way, I guess this is just kind of reinforcing like our own bias. And when I say our own, I mean my own bias of using these tools is that from using them, I have a certain expectation of how they work and understanding of how they work. But someone or a research group who tested it on 400,000 images is just kind of super interesting. And I think part of and also with the discussion of the AEC Foundry thing is that while we have come really far, really, really quickly, and I have absolutely no doubt in 6 months, everything in this presentation is going to be outdated and replaced by something better and faster and more accurate. Some of the things that are most important is kind of that visual continuity, and they're the things that are kind of it's really struggling with. So that, precise geometric layouts, changing the size of things is actually very important to the design teams that deliver projects. And I guess part of the work that we work on, and some of the workflows that Enrique has presented already, are really around fine-tuning the process and control of the models to have the most accurate output on the other side, or the most amount of control. So a lot of the questions some of the questions, at least in the chat around prompting, it's really come down to kind of like a global community of testers that we have, and then developing workflows and sharing workflows. We have kind of very active Miro, we have very active Teams chat, and then kind of sharing that as best we can to kind of help everybody learn at the same time. So here's just kind of one of the results. So like relocate 2 pink straws into the cups. It failed. So it tried again, and then it was successful. So actually this failed edit came before their success. And then Gemini ranked the success, failed, ran it again. But yeah, so you kind of see here something like this where it's moving an object around, not particularly good at, got it right the second time. But yeah, the fails of the models around moving text has always been pretty bad. And so I guess the biggest lesson out of this is understanding that, and this is kind of comes back to the earlier workflow examples, that like using text to control image is not necessarily the best way to do it. Image models, even multimodal, that are very good at text, still kind of struggle to understand how to do things. And so finding a better way to spatially control your outputs is very kind of important. Whoa. Oh no, just jump forward. There we go. Back to you. It's like super important when you're using these things, because yeah, that's kind of what's expected. That's what we need to be able to do to still have the control of the outputs that we need. Alrighty. Are there any other questions? Nope. Okay. So how are we going? We are okay. What do you think, Enrique? Should we keep going? Should we break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think we can have a break and then come back with the next part.
We are. Sounds good. So we're gonna have a break for just 5 minutes. Let's say, what do you think? Yeah? Yes, short break. Everybody's keen. Let's go 10 minutes. We'll go 45. And then we'll jump back in. And the first thing we're going to talk about is prompting. Everyone's excited about it. I'm excited about it. I'm excited. Everyone else is excited about it. So we'll have a quick short break. Meet back here in 10 minutes. Then we'll jump into prompting, and then we're going to get into kind of the really fun stuff. So we've had a bit of boring theory, which I find super exciting. But from now, we're going to talk about prompting. We're going to dive into some of the models. We're going to do a little bit of vibe coding. And then we're going to jump into Gaussian splatting. So yeah, I'm super excited about that. So I will see you all back here in 10 minutes.
Perfect. See you guys in 10.
Alrighty. Just give Enrique a second to jump back on. Yep. Also, people in the chat, it is being recorded and PA will circulate that after. So don't worry if you missed the first bit. You can definitely check it out after it's all said and done, but we are about to get into the super fun stuff. So definitely stick around. Before we do that, I would also just like to talk quickly about the Miro. So there's a Miro kind of posted further up in the chat. Let me just share my screen. Beautiful. Okay, so this is the Miro that we used to kind of put together the presentation. And as someone who kind of likes to research, dig into things, I thought it would be kind of useful to just kind of collate some of the research that went into the presentation itself. So here's kind of the model comparison, all the different models, and then also there's some kind of useful links. So if there's a particular topic that interests you, Pico Banana 400K, or one of the models, or some stuff on LoRa's, which we're about to get into. There's kind of links to each of the things here. So yeah, just if you jump into the Miro, there's kind of all the content. There's also some of the images that we've presented, some stuff on history, and then some links down the bottom as well. So it's yeah, if you kind of want to research anything or anything we've talked about today is a bit interesting, then it's all here for you guys to consume whenever you need to. Okay, so let's jump back into it. Okay, we are up to here. Beautiful. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the LoRa versus the prompts. Anyone who spends any time in image diffusion, social media, probably knows what a LoRa is. So we will start there. This is an image of the first kind of LoRa that was ever built. Was built on Stable Diffusion by Simo Ryu. And the kind of most important thing about this was it was really around the process itself of training the LoRa. So they trained, there was a group, trained the LoRa, but they also kind of built the infrastructure around how to do it and then kind of democratize that for everyone to do. And you can definitely train LoRa's inside RunDiffusion, and we will do that in a second. But it's always good to, learn a little bit about how it works. And the kind of reason that LoRa's came about is because it's kind of quite costly to train entire models. Earlier on in the image creation time, there was kind of a fragmentation of models where people started training entire models. This is kind of very intensive. It takes a long time, a lot of compute, and so the ability to add LoRa's just meant that you could kind of subtrain on top of things and then have kind of a similar effect with a lot less compute. It's a lot faster. There are a lot of smaller files. You can do it on kind of smaller GPUs. So that's kind of how they started up. And fundamentally, they started around style, people, and objects. And so part of it kind of came out of character consistency. I think that's kind of an interesting distinction to make when you talk about LoRa's, because when you think about the history behind them, they were really made for kind of character consistency or style transfer. And when you kind of work in the design space, it's kind of an interesting conversation to have, because if you're training a LoRa on a particular building, which we're going to be doing today, I'm using Sculptform, which is a project out of the Melbourne studio. Fundamentally, like, we kind of already have Sculptform. So training on a style or an object in the architectural design space is kind of a bit interesting, where it's like we already have this building. Is another version of this building really what we're trying to do, or are we trying to create site-specific responses to particular problems for our clients? I think style LoRa's have a bit more of a different kind of idea, where if you kind of want to transfer one thing to another or add realism or you know, or change the particular thing, or like context law, like the flux context law is a pretty particularly interesting. But yeah, anyway. So if you are in, also it's kind of worth noting that you'll kind of have access to this law at the end of the course. So don't kind of feel the need to train your own LoRa's. Training LoRa's is kind of expensive, at least for the free accounts. So I'd probably recommend, just watching this one. And then you can kind of grab it after, and if it's not shared, I'll send it to you. I'm happy to do that. So kind of inside RunDiffusion, whoops, let's go back to here. There is this train section. This allows you to kind of fast train models on different things. So you can see here, we have a synthetic MIR LoRa trainer that I built. I also tested this sculpt form LoRa just to make sure it would work, but we can do it again. So from inside this kind of train tab here, you can see there's a bunch of different ones. You can create shared ones. You can create private ones. We are going to create our own. Now, kind of with all LoRa's, the first kind of step is what it's being trained for. Fundamentally, with architectural design, it's probably either going to be an art style or an object. Art style, if it's a particular visual style of an image. So the Mia LoRa that I trained is an art style, but if it's a building or an object, then we're going to use this one. There are two different trainers. One is Lightning, one is Standard. Standard takes about 20 minutes, which is okay because we're going to kind of come back to this. So it's going to be Standard. You can see here, we'll just go to Go Train. And then from here, you just have your kind of collection of images. These are some images I found on the internet of sculpt form. And you can kind of drop those in. But I thought it kind of might be interesting before we actually go to train the LoRa to have a look at sculpt form, because where did I put it? LoRa's. Here it is. Sculpt form. Okay. Yeah. Sculpt form has a Matterport scan of it. So let's jump to, can I go to focus mode? No, I can't. Okay. So yeah, Sculpt Form is in Melbourne. It's a showroom for a company that makes timber battens. So it's like a very beautiful space to showcase kind of their own work. They build these battens. It's a kind of a looping structure. I believe it won an award at WAF. Not entirely sure about that. Hopefully I didn't get that wrong. But yeah. Really beautiful project. Very interesting Grasshopper script that built it, which we're not here to talk about today, but thought it'd just be cool to, kind of show you what the building looks like before we kind of jump into the model. So they also have kind of a workshop here. You can go in. They have all of their different profiles over here. And this is kind of showcased throughout the project as well. So the design studio down here. Sorry, you're in the auditorium. From the auditorium, you look up and you kind of look into this workspace, which is actually quite cool. So yeah, so that's the project. Very kind of distinct timber battens. It's been used on a number of different projects. It's also used in the Australian Embassy in New York. If you ever find yourself inside the Australian Embassy, you will recognize these sculpt form battens. And yeah, so that's what we're going to be training the model on today. So from back inside RunDiffusion, super simple. For those of you who've trained LoRa's back in the day using Koya, this is a lot simpler. You basically just grab kind of a number of images. Now, I do remember from the one I trained, I'm going to clean out some of the close-ups. When you're creating a LoRa, it's always good to kind of critically look at your data set, because fundamentally what you put in is what you're going to get out. So when I originally trained this LoRa, I had a few close-ups of the battens, kind of like this. And then I found some of the images that I was creating, it would just give me close-ups of timber battens. And when I was prompting for kind of an interior space or something like that, it wasn't really giving me what I was looking for, because what it was trained on was kind of too specific. It's good to have a bit of variation, but it's also good to kind of understand what the use case is going to be. So for this one, I want it to be able to be used in interior spaces. So sometimes less is more. Sometimes it's better to have a variety of shots of the inside of a building. rather than kind of too many details, because then when you go to prompts, the kind of reinforced learning process of the LoRa will just skew your outputs and you get a bunch of close-ups of timber battens, which is not particularly interesting. So super easy, drag and drop in here. I think you can train with as little as 3 images. I believe it's up to about 40. From here, it adds them all in. You can give it a name, and if you need to delete any, so we can just have a look here. So these two kind of look the same, so I might get rid of that one. And then give it a title, so we'll call it Sculpt Form Live. And then a LoRa trained on photos of Sculpt Form from the internet. Just good to say that in case anyone from Woods Bagot watches and wonders if I took stuff off the server. I didn't. I got it all from the internet. It's totally fine. Okay. That is spelled wrong. Yes. Sculpt form. Cool. Okay, and then you can just set private or shared with people in the team. So obviously, if Enrique wanted to use this, I'll set it as shared. You can also change permissions after, so it's pretty easy to do. And then from here, you get train. There are 2 kind of types, like I said before. One trains in like 3 minutes, one trains in about 20. We're going to come back to the LoRa's in a little bit. So I'm using the slower training. It's a little bit more in depth, works a little bit better, but does take a little bit longer. But, you know, we've got time, so that's okay. So while that's kind of running in the background, I did create a board to kind of talk a little bit about LoRa's. So in here, there is the LoRa board. Personally, I kind of have I don't know, I have a bit of a contentious opinion on LoRa's. I think LoRa's to a certain degree are a little bit overhyped or possibly overrated. Now, this is, of course, just my opinion. I think if you're going to use LoRa's, the best way to use them is in Comfy UI when you kind of have the ability to blend them. I think single LoRa by itself sometimes will skew your results in a way that is not, you know, ideal. So one kind of thing I also like to do is kind of just go through and just try a bunch of different settings, try all the way from the end all the way down to 0. So you may or may not have remembered, but when I did the model compare, I actually kind of don't think I talked about it, but back in the model comparison, which was in here. One of the prompts I did was this kind of pavilion. So, you know, most people, I'm sure you guys have your favorite prompts. You kind of, every time a new model comes out, you throw a whole bunch of prompts through it. And this is kind of one that I just like. It's like this desert pavilion. And so what I did for a bit of a test was I trained a hand sketch LoRa, which is kind of a good one to do if you're in architecture, kind of fun to do. And then I just fed it through from 0.2 all the way to 1.6. So when you kind of have these LoRa's, you have the ability to add a weight to it, which is kind of how much it influences the output image. I used the same prompt and then kind of went down in terms of the iterations. Now, it's kind of like I said, it's in RunDiffusion if you want to jump in and have a look. You can see as it kind of steps up, you can see it starts to introduce these outside lines. Interestingly, the data set that this trained on was a lot of kind of area, like master plan style sketches, like synthetic sketches. And so as it starts to kind of gain strength, it starts to make like really small people. And that's kind of like I was talking about with sculpt form, that's down to the data set that was input. So it starts kind of zooming out. And then after it gets, I believe this one is, yeah, so this is 1.2, which is, I guess, about as max as you want to add a LoRa. So when you're working with LoRa's, you tend to stay in the 0.8, maybe a bit lower, maybe 0.6 range to 1.2. After you get past 1.2, it just gets a bit weird. So, you know, from what kind of does look like a nice desert house with a, you know, Zen garden, then once you get to 1.4, it just absolutely loses its kind of main control over the prompt, and the LoRa really kicks in. You get these kind of sketches from the sky, which is what the LoRa was trained on. So yeah, so that was kind of interesting. It was also as I guess, LoRa's are really based on styles and objects and people originally, or faces for kind of consistency. One thing I also did, which I thought was kind of fun, was I trained a LoRa on my dog. This is my dog Jupiter. He's sleeping now, or I would show him to you guys. He's the best. And so I trained a LoRa on my dog, and then I just kind of made him do stuff like jump through fire, be a circus clown, dressed him up in Halloween costumes, made him surf because Australia. And then he's a hound, so I sent him to Egypt and then also sent him to space. So I think if you do want to train LoRa's, obviously the character consistency is really good for training dogs. Also, while this does seem like a pretty ridiculous use case, there is actually an architectural application where if you if you have a client who really has a dog that they love, like me with my dog, you could kind of train a LoRa on their dog with a few photos. It's pretty low. And then kind of use infill painting, so add their dog to renders, things like that. So that's kind of cool. The next one that I've trained as well it's called Organic Haze, and it's my kind of Mir style LoRa. So with this one, I've kind of done a bit of a comparison. This is also in the Miro if you want to have a look in there. So if we zoom out, if we zoom out and we go over to the LoRa section, here we have the object. So Jupiter doing his thing. Here you kind of have the comparison. So this is 0.2 up here, all the way down. And then this is LoRa versus no LoRa. So here's like Organic Haze. And it's also kind of worth noting that I'm saying Mir style, but it's actually not trained on any Mir data. It's all synthetic data. So then this is extremely common in the LoRa training communities. You're actually against kind of that earlier conversation around what Pico Banana was trying to do. A lot of people who train LoRa's train with synthetic data. So you're just prompting something to get the visual style you want. Once you kind of fine tune that prompt, you create a bunch of images, and then you take those images and you train the LoRa on top of that. So that's how Organic Haze was trained. I think I could probably show you some of the training data because it lives in my uploads, along with a bunch of pictures of my dog and LeBron James. Yeah. So here. So this is the kind of training data set that I used to build that LoRa. So it's just kind of my own particular aesthetic. I like off-form concrete. I like kind of very muted tones, a bit of haze, like distance fog, glowing lights, silhouettes. These are all the pictures of my dog, in case you're wondering. So yeah, so 100% synthetic data. But the kind of nice thing about it is it kind of democratizes prompting. So a lot of the questions that have kind of come through the chat, and I do have the chat closed at the moment, so apologies if people are chatting or having questions. So yeah, is that it really democratizes people's ability to have aesthetic control over the models. I think some of the newer models, some of the context models, and the multimodal ones allow you to kind of input multiple images and control it. But ultimately, I think that it does allow you to have a bit more control over the model, at least on this end. And then if you kind of need that more control, at least you can always jump back to Comfy UI if you want to go down that route. So yeah, this Organic Haze is a LoRa I trained for this workshop. And then it's basically just I did the same prompt with and without the LoRa. So this has no LoRa, and then this has the kind of LoRa applied at a 1.2, which is reasonably strong. And it's kind of interesting because, as the person who trained the model, it is for sure definitely my style. The second, like the bottom row, is the LoRa affected images, or LoRa influence, I should say. And it's definitely, I find it a lot more aesthetically pleasing than the top images. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. And I think for me, who definitely veers in the LoRa v prompting world, definitely veers more towards prompting. I think that the interesting thing is that it does kind of allow you to democratize things. And someone who works for such a large company and also works in the kind of specialist support role, being able to give access to allow kind of specialists like Enrique or other people within the team to really fine tune and hone in on very specific things, and then being able to democratize those to a wider audience is actually kind of quite important. So yeah, there's also, this is the Sky Sketch. So this is the model that I trained on kind of hand sketches. I'll be honest, less successful LoRa, but still kind of fun. But yeah, because of the fact that it was really trained on for images like this. When you do use it at a different scale, it makes people really small, which is a failure of my ability to make LoRa's. And then we don't need to go down to that because that I will run through that later. Okay, jumping into Walter's question, can you continue to add or delete from the LoRa after you've created it? No, not really. You do have the data set, so it retains all the images, but I assume you're asking if I get 10 more images and I want to kind of train on top of that, can I just take the LoRa and then add on top and then not have to go through the entire training process? You kind of have to go back to square one, but you've probably got them in a folder somewhere. Hopefully you're better at naming folders than I am and you can find it when you need it. But no, you kind of can't really build on top of a LoRa. You just have to start again. But 20 minutes is really not that bad. If you use the fast one, it's like 5 minutes. What are my thoughts on Weavy? Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's kind of like a nice halfway between Comfy UI and kind of this very text-based simplified workflow. I think for me personally, at least, if I'm going to go down the graphical scripting interface and start working with nodes, I'm probably just going to go to Comfy. I think that Weavy's amazing. They were acquired, and so I guess the world kind of agrees that they're pretty amazing. But yeah, I think for me personally, at least, if I'm going to go down the graphical interface, then I'm just probably going to go to Comfy and have all the settings open up. But yeah, that's just kind of me. But I also kind of really enjoy that kind of level of settings and optioneering. Whereas I do kind of understand that Weavy offers kind of a nice middle ground between the two. Dina, how AI results are reliable and applicable so far, or still ideation concept level, better fast render? Reliable and applicable. Are you talking about, I'm not entirely sure about Dina's question, but I believe she's they're asking the kind of reliability and quality of outputs in terms of whether or not it's buildable or presentable. And I think like what we're looking at right now is obviously not that, right? So I think kind of coming back to some earlier things we're talking about, the rigorous review is super important, and something that's kind of very important to the practice that we both work for, and then the kind of level of control. So at the moment, I'm just kind of randomly playing with LoRa's, making random stuff. This isn't really what's going in front of clients. This isn't really what happens, in our day-to-day on the floor when we're working. It's kind of just more for demonstration purposes. Some of the workflows that Enrique showed earlier on, as well as the one to a certain degree that he's going to show in a bit, that's kind of more how we're using it day to day. So we're really kind of fine tuning our workflows for multiple generations. We have kind of good scripts or good references to increase quality, increase visual fidelity, things like that. So yeah, what you're looking at right now is obviously reasonably unbuildable, I would probably say, unless you're very good with off-form concrete. But yeah, in terms of the way we're actually using it on the floor is kind of a little bit different. Cool. Marco, yes, there'll be recording within their design teams for future. Do architecture firms start to use LoRa training within their design teams for future projects? Good question. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting thing. To the Sculptform example, I think you can kind of, I guess the difference between kind of Sculptform and the organic haze one is I think that there is use in LoRa training for styles. If your firm has a very particular style of render that you like to use, then yeah, maybe it's worth it. I think training off data sets of existing buildings, and this is kind of something that we tried to do early on, is a little bit problematic for a couple of reasons. One, you already have that building built. Design, I think, should be a site-specific answer to a problem that you're trying to solve or your client is trying to solve or that is presented on that site-specific area. So training a LoRa on a building and then getting that building on a different site is not really, yeah, is not really, I think, the kind of general intent of the way that we try and design architecture, at least. And then the other side of it is if you try and train on too many different buildings, you just get a bunch of pretty random stuff. So I think for visually, yes. For objects, probably less so. All right. So then the other side of the LoRa v prompt debate is the prompt. And for me, I think this is kind of where the power really is inside of image diffusion models. I think that like prompting is super important. And I also think that to kind of the previous statement that a lot of people who are building LoRas at a lot higher level than I am, using prompting to create synthetic data, which in a way kind of proves a bit my position that the prompt is kind of more important, which then kind of brings you to like, how do you structure things well? Like, how do we prompt well? What are the kind of major components of a good prompt? And how should we, how do we get better at prompting? And so for that, we're going to do a little bit of a demo using Flux 2. Flux 2 is by Black Forest Labs. It's their latest model. And it also kind of has some fantastic documentation in it as well. So let us jump out of this and we'll go back to RunDiffusion. Now I have made a board with some stuff for prompting. But if you are following along, you can very easily make your own board. So all you would do that was jump into boards, create a new board from scratch, call it whatever you would like. And then what we are going to do at this point is we will add the Flux model to the board. Okay, so we would jump into tools. And then from here, you can just search for Flux. And we are going to be using Flux 2 Pro. There are 4 different Flux models. Dev is the developer version that you can build LoRa's on top of. And I believe the Flux 2 training environment is coming to RunDiffusion very soon. Flex is a kind of more typographical model. Pro is their kind of professional model, and then Max is their 2K model. So we're going to be using Pro, so you can add that in. At this point, I'm going to jump back to one I've prepared earlier. But we're just going to work through kind of a few different prompt examples. So the other kind of thing that I like about RunDiffusion is you can have the same tool multiple times and kind of do different things in it. So while we're kind of working here, we're also going to open up Black Forest Labs documentation. Okay. Beautiful. So this is the company that makes Flux. They're awesome, really, really beautiful aesthetics. We're going to jump into the documentation. And this has yep, here we go. Has a lot of the things that you need with kind of examples of how to use the different tools. And they also have a prompt guide, which, where did my Miro go? That's annoying. Is in the Miro somewhere. Here we go. Beautiful. So if we jump over to prompting, we have the prompt guide here. So you can also open it this way. Flux has amazing documentation on all of their models. And when we look at prompt structure, this is what was in the PowerPoint. There are kind of four major things. Now, when you're prompting, where you put it, the prompt is important as well. So, for example, the things you put at the start are more important. So, for example, here, subject a black cat, action hiding behind a watermelon slice, style, and context. They have a bunch of examples. And then at the very bottom, I believe, where is it? They have a prompt guide. Where are you? Maybe it is at the very bottom. Prompt builder, here it is. Okay, beautiful. Now, obviously what you're going to get out of here is not necessarily that specific, but the thing I like about kind of using this examples is it's a good way to help you understand how you want to build it. And then we're going to build a little tool after this that'll kind of help us out. So maybe we want an abstract cat. Maybe we want futuristic glow, cinematic, and then ambient drama. And you can see at the bottom, what it's done is it's kind of structured a prompt for us with those kind of four basic things. Now, we can just copy this prompt. We can jump back to RunDiffusion, which I have now lost. Here we go. Okay. And we can generate some options. Now, another nice thing about Flux is Flux has their seed available in the API. So one thing is that even though you're kind of dealing with a lot of randomness in image generation, if you lock the seed, should theoretically get the same output every single time, which is kind of cool. Okay, that's a very nice car. Thank you for that, Flux. So what you can do here is you can, just kind of play with a few different options. Copy this, jump back. And, like while this is kind of obviously not super useful for architecture, creating cats on the side of cars, what I guess I'm really trying to reinforce here is that these four pillars of a good prompt are pretty universal. And as your prompting kind of gets more and more complicated, subject, action, style, and context should kind of remain with all of them. Now, I'm not a professional photographer, so I don't kind of understand all the different lenses. There's a lot of kind of stylistic things out there in the world. But like I was saying before, I think architects are kind of very visual people. And so what we can start to do is we can start to use large language models to help us. So a good way to do that is you can use AI Studio. So AI Studio is part of the Google AI suite. And then from here, you can just go home, you can chat with the models, and from here you can say, using these things, help me craft the prompt. So I'll jump back to this. I will copy the structure. I'll go to AI Studios. This is kind of the easiest way, I guess. So let's kind of give it a bit of context and set the persona. You are a master prompt writer for an architecture studio working with Flux 2 by Black Forest Lab. Write a prompt for a hotel canopy using organic shapes, glass and steel, using the prompt structure. Then we paste in the prompt structure. We hope we haven't spelt too many things wrong. We click run, and a really kind of powerful way to use models is, like, at this point they're multimodal, right? Like I'm not getting Google like Gemini to make the image, but like theoretically it could. And you can see here it just kind of starts to pump out some options for me. Gives you some kind of different options. We can dive into this and really start to examine the prompt. Or the other way we can do it is we can take the prompt and we can start to kind of iterate using the software. So from here, oops, sorry, we're in the wrong section. Down here. So I'll just start creating some generations like this. I will keep this, I'll paste kind of the prompt below. And then I'll kind of start to visually examine what I'm getting and then kind of continue the discussion with a large language model around how I'd like it to change. So here we go. Here are the options. And maybe, you know, kind of like at a very basic level, you'd like to change the camera angle, or maybe you'd like to change it from stainless steel to like, you know, matte black. So change the metal in the prompt above. Change the metal to matte black. And so at a kind of very easy way, and you can do this with any large language model really, you can start to kind of develop prompts based off a very basic structure that you've copied out of you know, the use case of the model itself. And then instead of you know, ensuring that it kind of adheres to, you know, the 4 pillars of context, style, action, and subject, you can start to kind of just, instead of building the prompts, you can visually drive the process by kind of like by review, I guess. So, you know, and then from there you can kind of just develop on top. So I think like at a very basic level, using large language models is an excellent way to help you develop your own prompts, or at least turn it from a, you know, a typing exercise into a visual review exercise, and then kind of just allows a little bit more freedom in the design process, which is quite nice. So that's kind of a very basic level. Entry level, throw it in a large language model, set its persona early. So tell it the context of which model you're working with, what you're looking for. Maybe you're not looking for a kind of architecturally photographic realistic. Maybe you want a sketch style, set that in the persona, and then just have a conversation, visually review what you're doing, go back and forth that way. The next way, also it's worth noting that all this is kind of spoken about in the Miro. If you want to jump in there's a bunch of kind of useful links and stuff in there. The next way is called JSON prompting. Now, it's kind of weird in a way because back early in image diffusion, JSON prompting was very popular. And then it disappeared because no one wanted to write in JSON. Everyone wanted to just speak normally. And then kind of when some of the video models came around, people realized that JSON's a very good way to have a lot of control over specific elements. So, for example, in the last example, I was just kind of throwing a bunch of words in there and then hoping that it kind of understood the control of the different elements based off kind of quite a long paragraph. However, JSON kind of gives you the ability to have a bit more control over what you're doing. So what we're going to do is using this prompting guide in which I should have probably posted before, but here it is. We are going to use this coffee mug, and this kind of is well, you know, we're not designing coffee mugs. Maybe we are. This does allow you to kind of understand the basics of JSON prompting. And what it's really doing is it's breaking up those four kind of pillars into segments for each element. So if we examine this one, what I'll do is I will run the generation a few times inside the JSON area. And also keep in mind, I've said it before, but I'll say it again, everyone's going to have access, everyone who would like will have access to this board if you want to come in and kind of examine the prompts. But what you can see is that within structure, it's starting to say, okay, let's break this up into visual elements and then kind of compose on top of that. So at the top level, this is kind of the most important thing. This is the entire scene itself. So like, what are we trying to show here? Then you have the subjects, the objects in the scene. You have a minimalist ceramic cup. Let me just make this a bit bigger. Ceramic cup, like you have the materiality, you have the pose or like the position, you have the color, and then you have a description of, oh, that's weird, it does it twice, that's okay. And then you have, you know, the style of the photo, the color palette of everything else, like the scene. So you kind of have these objects here, and that kind of allows you to, oh, sorry, this is the single cup that I should have done first. Okay. This is a simple version of the prompt. So there's just a single object, and you get a single cup. And then if you want to add other things in, you can kind of just add them, and kind of keeping them in this JSON format allows you to have more finite control over the particular objects, which is just kind of allowing you to iterate in a little more of a controlled way rather than throwing it kind of far out to the random number generations. And while we kind of start with this picture of a cup of coffee, which is, you know, it's you know, a decent enough image, but maybe you know, you want to change the object. So in terms of JSON prompting, and it's a little bit hard because you lose a bit of the structure here, but we're basically just going to edit the subject. So the subject is what's in the image. So maybe instead of a minimalist ceramic coffee cup with steam rising, we want a Scandinavian, I'm not going to be able to spell this, Scandinavian, is Scandinavian, a modern design, Scandinavian chair. Okay. So probably not the best prompt, but we'll give it a go. So the description is the kind of object itself. The pose is where it is, center foreground on the polished surface. Yep. Color palette, black ceramic matte. Probably not great for a chair, but that's okay. And so while JSON prompting is like a little bit overwhelming because of what it's doing and like the kind of context, it does allow you in a reasonably easy way to have a pretty finite control over a particular thing. Now, I kind of left the seed random. So the other thing you could also do to kind of add additional control is kind of lock the seed. So if I kept the seed consistent between two, the images, you can see already they're pretty similar, would also be very similar. So now maybe I just want to change the material of the chair. So instead of matte ceramic, which is probably quite uncomfortable, we can say horsehair. Another way we could do this or control this prompt is also using a large language model. So we could take this JSON, put it into Gemini, something like that, and say, update this JSON to change the materiality of the chair to this. Update it to, you know, change the angle of the camera to, you know, instead of high angle to eye level or something like that. So you can kind of do it both ways. You can just kind of change things by typing them in. Or you can utilize a large language model. I think the kind of nice thing about using large language models is a lot of things like f-stop and ISO are like kind of very conceptually understand what they do, but don't really understand what they do. So using a large language model just kind of allows that level of expertise to feed in the information I want, and then I can visually critique what I'm seeing and update it that way. Add a person. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? So, do we want to add a person holding the coffee cup, or do we want to, sitting on the chair? Should we do that? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could add it to the description. If we wanted it sitting on the chair, you would add it to the description of the object in here. So, for example, a modern design Scandinavian chair with a man wearing a tuxedo, dancing in the chair. All right, we'll see what we can do. Okay. I don't know how this is going to go. It's actually kind of two objects. So we will try it in two ways. We'll try it both here, and then the second way we will try it is I will add another object in. So the way to add another object in is if we jump back to our documentation. Here you can see they have one coffee cup, and here they have two. So we are going to add another kind of object into our scene. In here. There you go, beautiful. My two favorite things to do in image diffusion, one is add cats in tuxedos, and one is add gentlemen in tuxedos. But yeah, so we've done that. That worked pretty well. Now let's try and do it a different way. So instead of adding it into the same object, we will say the second is not a minimalist coffee mug, a man wearing a tuxedo. Dancing on the chair. Yeah. Dancing on the chair. Standing on the chair. Color palette. Tuxedo. I don't know. I don't think tuxedo is a color palette, but hey, joys of doing it live. Yes. Okay. So Christian and Yash, can we pick a specific chair? Yes. The way I would do that is I would probably use a different model. If you kind of had specific colors or textures, in fairness, that this works better than I thought it would. You would probably use a different model. So if you were going to do something like that, I'd probably be looking at Nano Pro, which is a multi-image input. And from there, I would kind of specify that. So we do have a bit of time. I think we're ahead. So why don't we do that? Let's just add in Nano Pro and say, okay, we like this particular person dancing. If I knew how to add voting, I would add a vote so we could pick which person we wanted to dance, but let's just use the top one. Okay. And then let's just say we wanted a different chair. So modern chair. Do you have a chair that you would like? We could also do that. Christian, if you want to post in the chat super quick. If not, I will choose a random chair from the internet. Okay. Can chop drawings for generating. You can pick. Okay, thank you. Let's go with this one. This looks good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, it's on sale too. There you go. Open a new tab. Okay. Now, one thing that's fun about RunDiffusion is sometimes you don't need to download stuff. So if you are trying to borrow something from the internet, it's inside a website. Okay, whatever. We will screenshot. Capture. The chair. Oh, okay. Okay. Walter's come back with the chair. Let's do that one instead. Yeah, that is a nice chair. Okay. Before I moved back to Australia, I lived in New York for about 9 years. And I never went to the Noguchi museum, and I should have, because yeah, I should have. But hey, maybe next time I'm back. All right, so we have our chair, we have our dancing friend in the tuxedo. So what we will do is from screenshots, I will drag the chair in. Okay. Pick my resolution, make sure the input kind of matches the output. We're down here in nano, and I will say switch. Change the chair in image 1 with the chair in image 2. Beautiful. Let's see how it goes. And then in kind of a similar way to Yash's question, in terms of the texture, so we can do that too. If you had a specific texture that you wanted online, you could grab. So let's just say I have this chair. No, let's just get an actual texture. Can we go with leather? Yep, we sure can. So what we're going to do is we will find a leather texture, leather chair, leather texture. Okay, beautiful. Okay, images. Oh no. Now is not the time for a technical error, RunDiffusion. Now is not the time. There you go. Beautiful. Now, that is a man in a tuxedo dancing on a Noguchi chair. Now keep in mind, scale is a problem, but I guess to kind of the previous point, I was talking around limitations of image models. Scale is one that it struggles, that image models kind of struggle with. And without getting ahead of ourselves, this is a problem that Enrique's been working to solve, and I think he has a very kind of good solution. Now, keep in mind, I chose the wrong output size. So the inputs looks like 2x3, maybe 4x3. The output is 1x1. So the kind of pixel jumping you're seeing is probably my fault. I chose the wrong output size. But yeah, did a pretty good job. And in the same way, we could do it with the leather. So if we go back here, we can say change the material of the chair with the leather in image 2. There you go. Oh, I already did it. That's true. There you go. So now you'll probably get some pixel jumping because I chose the wrong size again. But here we have a leather chair. Now keep in mind, we only said update the material. So the wood stays wood and this light material changes to leather. So I hope Yash, that leather color is okay for you. But yeah, totally easy. For something like that, I probably would kind of steer away from JSON prompting, move more towards image to image. Just because if you have a particular thing you're looking for, describing it is going to be quite hard, and giving it an input image or using kind of the markup workflow that Enrique showed earlier would be a great way to do it. But yeah, so okay. So all right. I did not think this is what I would be doing tonight, but he's having a good time. So good for him. All right. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to look at building kind of our own custom app for prompting. So for that, we are going to be using the documentation in, let me just organize my tabs a bit. Okay. In AI Studio. So inside of AI Studio, you have the ability to create little kind of programs, basically. So under the Build tab, you can build your ideas with Gemini. And so what I want to do here is kind of in a similar way to the way I was using the large language model, is I want to build a Flux 2 specific AI to really just like supercharge my prompting. So how am I going to do that? In a very similar way, first I'll set the persona. So I need, you are an expert prompt writer for realistic photographs for an architecture firm using Flux 2. Let me just, whoop, okay. And then, so like after you kind of set the persona, it's actually like reasonably easy to then kind of build it. And so what I want to do is I just want to create a bot to help structure prompts, using the documentation for Flux 2. And then I'm going to give it this. Okay, so this is that documentation. I could also copy the entire page, but luckily they can read the internet. And then we click build. And this is like, as someone who has signed up for many Python classes and never actually got to the end of any of them, I think in a similar way to Laura's democratizing AI image generation, vibe coding has really opened up a lot of opportunities for people who have these kind of ideas, but just kind of don't have the time or the skills to actually build them. And you can see here, like the prompt is super short. And it's building and doing its thing, and this takes a little bit of time, but not really too long. And then from here, in a similar way to kind of creating your prompts and then getting the visual feedback, you can give the AI Studio feedback on the app based off how it works. Okay, so here you can see it's given me a lot of kind of options. Honestly, I just want to go back to the kind of 4 pillars. So these are my 4 pillars here. Going to go to AI Studio. Have reduce the number of options to have, okay, so subject, let's go architecture style. Yeah, primary materials, yeah, context, lighting, and camera. All right, while that's kind of running, I'll jump back to the chat. Native Banana Pro is better with Diffusion than Google AI. Yeah, okay. Yes, so Christian, the reason to use RunDiffusion instead of Google's AI Studio. Google's AI Studio is not secure, and you don't own, it's not enterprise friendly or professional friendly instead for its terms and services. Fundamentally, it's a way for Google to allow people to test their products and get feedback on their products. But fundamentally, you're testing it for free, and the way you're paying for it is they get all the data and the feedback. So if you don't want your kind of outputs to be used as training data, you need kind of a paid service that protects your IP, protects your kind of the outputs of the model. So that's why RunDiffusion is really good, has great terms and services for big companies, keeps everything safe, everything's secure. Whereas if you do it inside Nano Banana Pro, firstly, everything's watermarked with the Nano Banana Pro thing. And secondly, you're probably actually violating the terms and services of AI Studio, because I'm pretty sure it's not meant to be used for professional work. But if you're doing it for kind of just personal exploration, it's a really kind of great place to play. Okay, so let's just jump in here. So now it's kind of really simple, maybe possibly a little too simple, but let's give it a go. Okay, biomorphic, context, misty mountain ranges, sure, lighting, overcast, soft diffusion, camera, architectural tilt shift. Okay. Now, the problem is it's possibly a little too simple. So from here, you can kind of work forwards and backwards, add in some kind of additional kind of tools that will help you, or like kind of options. So at the moment, they're all drop downs. Okay, beautiful. So you have this nice prompt. While we watch this generate in AI Studio, I'm going to change yep, beautiful, beautiful landscape. Okay, so we will get a few versions of that. I have one that I kind of fine-tuned a little bit before the class. And so inside of here, if I go back, we're just going to jump to that, and it is this. Ooh, is it this one? They look the same now. Yeah, beautiful. So this is the one that I fine-tuned before. Firstly, it's in dark mode, so that's immediately better. But kind of a few things that I've added in is, although you do have this drop down, you can also type. So it could be urban plaza, but it could be urban plaza with a statue. Contemporary style, minimalist. In here, you have kind of your cinematic volumetric fog. You kind of have these things that you can select. But you can also kind of type things in primary materials, natural polished steel, exposed concrete, and then Razzo is always a good one. And then just kind of anything else you'd like to add in. So the site is going to be urban, suburban neighborhood, dense urban metropolis, and then maybe I want to add, like slow shutter speed, blurred cars and people. So yeah, this is one that I built. It really didn't take that much longer, but watching me click regenerate inside AI Studio is not super interesting. But from here, even with that one that we spent, 5 minutes making, the kind of visual fidelity and quality that you get out of here is just like incredible. So using the training data that you have for the models that and the documentation, and then just throwing it into AI Studio and building like a little tool is kind of better than just throwing it into a large language model and having that same conversation over and over again. Just allows you to build a little interface for it, share it. You can also publish these if you want. So yep, so this is my thing. And the thing that I really like about this is it kind of does add in all those different things about a camera that I just like do not know, haven't spent the time to understand. So I guess in terms of prompting, at a very basic level, utilize large language models in the documentation. They're really good at that kind of stuff. Then the next level up is, if you want to be really technical and you need that kind of fine control, JSON's a great way to go. It allows you to have finite control over each of the elements, the materiality, the look of each of them, the camera angle, all that kind of stuff. And then once again, I like to go back to a large language model, build a little app for it. The kind of downside is as the models kind of progress, you need to build different ones for each one. But yeah, it's kind of a really good way to do that. Yes. Back to the questions. Yes, we can run through how to get the thing at the end. That's totally fine. Shall good looking. Okay. Cool. All right. So does anyone have any kind of, I know that prompting's come up a lot. So I guess that's kind of my general approach to prompting is those 4 pillars, building on top of that. In terms of the way that we work within our company, we have a pretty active Teams chat. So if you're trying to do something and you don't know how to do it, someone else can kind of share. We also have a very active Neuro where kind of people put in their best practices. I like to go there and just kind of see what's going on. Have a look at what other people are doing, and then if I need to work on top of that, I at least have the basis of what they've done, the prompt they've done, the model they've used, and I can kind of build on top of that. Yeah. Okay. So with that, it's also worth noting that inside the Miro, there is this custom GPT. Somebody on the internet who is very good with JSON prompting has built a chatbot for ChatGPT, which allows you to talk to a chatbot, input an image, and it turns it into a JSON. So, if it's a little bit complicated using the kind of Black Forest lab, setting up your own thing. The only thing I don't like about this one is it's very, very detailed. So if you just add an image and it turns into the JSON, we'll just give it a second. There's so much detail in there. I think it's honestly a little bit confusing. So it adds a bunch of stuff about people and things like that. So yeah, I use this a little bit, but I find that while it is kind of useful, it's a little bit too detailed almost in a way. And then I find that I spend my time mildly like tinkering with JSON instead of actually creating and building stuff. So it's in the Miro. But honestly, I don't use this one so much. So yeah, it's also there in the links if you want to jump in. Also, there's some kind of other examples of stuff that we've done when we were testing, and the prompts that are associated with them. These came out of the large language model. So yeah, so that's kind of how I guess how I kind of get better at prompting. Okay, Enrique, I'm excited for this. Would you like to jump in and show us?
Yes. Are you showing the results of the sculpt from LoRa that you trained, or that's later?
That's later.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Good. I'm going to share screen now. Okay. So I'm going to show you a way to have more control about the cameras and the context when creating images. I'm going to start from scratch. So here in Runit, let's create in a board a new tool, editing tool, Nano Banana Pro. And then we're going to create our base image. So this will be the prompt. Let me get rid of this. So this will be create an architectural pavilion, state-of-the-art architecture form. Well, you don't have to fix all of them. We create 3 options for now. You can pick, your resolution and your aspect here. And let's see what's the results, and then we can pick from there which one we like the most, and then go from there. Just answering a bit more information on the question about the Rhino viewport. Yes, you have to match the resolution of the viewport when you are exporting in Rhino. So here the aspect and the resolution matches Nano Banana's 2K. That was the resolution I was using, and that helps to keep everything controlled in the exact location. Okay, so now it's throwing some results here. So let's choose one of these ones, and then we can drag from here to keep using our editing over the same, and we can change the prompt. And now we can create a bird's eye view of the pavilion immersed in Melbourne Botanical Gardens. So again, we generate 3 or 4 images just to keep, like curating the end goal. And also, in any case, you have other tools, but Nano Banana, at least for now, is the one I use the most. Okay, while it's loading, I'm going to open one that is already done, that bird's eye view. So from here, we can choose the one we like the most. So let's say this one, and we can use this prompt. That is isolate the pavilion with white background. So this is important to isolate it because we are going to use this image to generate a mesh. That mesh can be created within the RunDiffusion tools. That is the Config UI tool. So for that, you have to switch here to RunDiffusion. So instead of using Runit, you switch to RunDiffusion. And you can access, there are different tools there. One of them is Config UI, and there are several workflows that you can use to generate a mesh out of an image. So it's a bit technical, but what I want to show you is that within the same tools that RunDiffusion offers, you can create or work or do all the workflow that you need. It will take more time to have a really defined mesh using this workflow. But there are also other tools on the internet that you can use. This one is a bit newer, the version of Hongyuan 3D image to 3D. And the result is really, really good. The texture, it's embedded to the mesh, and you can download it as a GLB. So this mesh can be imported into Rhino just to scale it to a real world like dimensions that you want to use. It's important to have it in meters for the tool that I'm going to show you later on. And so there are two tools that I'm going to show you once you have this mesh. One is you can go to Google Maps and choose a street view of a place that you want to use as a background. From here, you can just take a screenshot and use it as a background. I'm going to do it live. Hopefully the screenshot tool works properly. Seems. So we go back to Nano Banana and use we also need a screenshot of the model. Just waiting to the screenshot tool, but it's not working. Okay, typical. Okay, you can do this.
While Enrique is working this out, I guess for a little background on how he started developing this tool, it came from kind of a similar issue that we had with the chair, where when the chair came in, the chair was far too big. And from kind of some of the Pico Banana research, it shows that scale is quite often a problem. And so, what Enrique had kind of set out to do is you'll see a lot of content where it's like add the building to the red area in Google Maps and it perfectly comes in the right scale. I think that when you start kind of using these tools, you realize that the control of scale, placement, is sometimes sometimes a little hard to control, but it's especially with site-specific things, it's super important. So the development of this toolkit, and also coming from Australia, the regional data sets bias is definitely more towards where the models are trained from, North America, Europe, things like that. And so this was kind of an initiative that Enrique went out to have finer control of location.
Yes, yes, exactly. And then, well, the screenshot tool didn't work, but what I want to show you is one way you can do it is just place it in the background in your model, and then in Nano make it look nice, but still you don't have like truly control of the scale. As you can see, it's not what we want to do, or is not at the scale in meters. That was what I was showing you before. So there's a tool called Street View Download. Just a disclaimer, all these tools are required, they rely on having APIs from Google Maps, and you have to set it up beforehand and agree to the terms of use. And also, they are mostly for experimental use at the moment. It's just research. So it's something that you have to be aware of. So what this tool does is it allows you to download the panorama at the location of Google Maps. You copy the URL and then download, set the download folder that you want to use. And what we'll do is to grab from the Street View the image, only the image. And you can use that. I'm going to get rid of this first example. And you can use that as a background, as a material, and place it. So this is good for zooms, or if you need a level of detail of the surrounding context in a better way. And you can also start to fine tune the exact camera angle that you're after. So let me show you the result. You can see that's a bit more controlled. It's not perfect still, but you have the things in the right location, and maybe you can also improve from there. So this is one of the tools. Well, this is more like a workflow than a tool. But what we always struggle with is to have the right context in general for especially aerial photos. There are lots of examples that people show to use 3D views from Google Maps and then use AI to make them look nice, but you still don't have control of your project or your model. So, well, that kind of necessity, similar to what Alex just showed you using Gemini, I started to create a web page that uses the library of Cesium. Ion. Show you. It's a platform for hosting 3D models and maps. With the API of Cesium and the API of Google Maps combined, I created this tool that I'm going to show you. So it's just, you have to put the location. You can search for a place, or if you have the coordinates, and then go to that location. So this is using Google Maps, and you can navigate, rotate the camera, or pick the spot where you want to have your model, or you need to use for your model. So we are going to choose this location because it has a great background of the skyline of Melbourne. And from the model that is in Rhino, you can export it as a GLB again, because I scaled it, and maybe you can tweak the shape a little bit, or add things, or change the materials. So for this, you need a plugin that is called Shape Driver. Yes, Shape Driver. So it's to create exports with this extension GLB. You choose your name and export. There are some options here. So you have to just be aware of the normals and the materials, and that's it. So you can export from there, and then here we can add the model. And it's there. So this is at scale and located where we want. And all of this, I don't have any, like, well, I also never ended a Python or any coding tutorial. I'm more visual. So, but with Gemini, I could achieve this level of interface. You can change the date, the time, whatever, and the level of detail also, because yeah, it changes the amount of information that is being loaded and kept when you move around. Now that the buildings are loaded, you can choose a nice angle. Let's see. And then just create a screenshot. And we are going to use this in Nano Banana to make it look like the other images. So yes, in the disclaimer, also some of the descriptions I used for these exercises, I use as reference to things that we may not use to the professional practice, but it's easier just for now, to show the examples. While it loads, I'm going to show you here. In the Miro board, also you can see kind of the process. So even without any background or screenshot of Google Earth, if you specify the place and it's known enough, you get really good details. But it's all about like precision. You have to give it few shots to match the exact angle, but hey, it's a pretty decent outcome, I guess. Any questions?
Great. There actually are some other questions. Christian is impressed. Thank you, Christian. The apps that was built. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I know that so in terms of sharing, they were all built within Gemini, right? So it should be reasonably easy to kind of replicate. Uh
Yeah.
guest. I'm not sure who guest is, but yeah, so I guess yeah, have a go, and if you kind of run into things, kind of reach out. And I'm sure we could kind of help you troubleshoot through. But one of the joys of vibe coding is, like Enrique and I both said, you don't really need any programming experience at all to have a go. So I'd definitely recommend just jumping in and having a try. Um, there were other questions. Answered three. Okay. Uh, Dina's question, yes. Um, how AI results, oh, how reliable and applicable are they AI results so far? Or is it still in ideation or concept level? Do you want to answer that one, Enrique?
Yes. Which one was? Sorry.
Uh, how reliable and applicable are AI results, or are they still ideation or concept?
Uh, well, I guess it's getting to a point that is being more and more controlled, but still, when it comes to professional practice, you rely in a very defined, like detailed model, and depends on the stage you are at. If you want to use it as a photographic editing tool to enhance something that you already produced in a different software, it's okay. But I think it's not that reliable yet to depend only on AI outcomes. It has to be really well curated. It's more like an additional tool at the moment, but it will get there, I guess.
Yeah. Um, this workflow, another question. This workflow is really nice. What if I have a context model with my detailed building models in Rhino? Can I render it like this?
Yes, it's much more easier because you have everything already. So as long as you have, if you miss the first part, if you don't have anything like mapped in materials and you want to get a quick result, you can do what I showed you in the first part of the tutorial. That is just having a clear way to let the AI know what's what, and then determine the materials per color or whatever. But yes, if you already have a context in Rhino, it's easier.
And I guess in terms of like would I need to import material ID maps? I guess if you don't have the material IDs, but you do have the context, one thing that it's pretty good at doing is you can kind of find a similar screenshot from Google Maps or Street View, and then say apply the building textures from image two to the white massing in image one, and it's pretty accurate at kind of remapping the textures onto the two-dimensional image, the two-dimensional white card out of Rhino already. Yeah, so that's a nice workflow too. Uh, and then is the context generate correct to the real world? Yeah, so that's kind of, I guess, the essence of the workflow was getting accurate real world context and the control and scale through Rhino into into the image diffusion engine. So with this workflow, yeah, you can control the scale. The context is correct in as far as it's been updated in Google Maps. But yeah, that's really what Melbourne looks like. I mean, except there's slightly less volumetric fog in Melbourne, but yeah.
Yes, but yeah, and still it's just a render exercise. It's not like something that is not a survey or something that is more precise. Is part of the process of picking things in earlier stages maybe, but it's just useful.
Cool. Alrighty. So I will jump back to screen number 2. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so also apologies if we have missed any of the questions. We'll try and go back through the chat. At the end we have Q&A, some time kind of set aside for that. So apologies if we have missed them, but we'll definitely get back to them. So the last kind of thing we're going to talk about is Gaussian splatting. So for those of you who don't know what Gaussian splatting is, Gaussian splatting is it's a kind of a way to generate 3-dimensional spaces using Gaussian blurs. So there are kind of 2 main ideas in the creation of 3D spaces from 2D images. And they basically use kind of reference images and intersecting vectors. There's one called NeRFs, which is computationally very heavy. And what NeRFs do is they basically kind of create volumes utilizing neural networks. And it's like, if you look from a particular point in space, how do the kind of the lines of image intersect to then recreate a 3-dimensional mesh? And then the second way is Gaussian splatting. And what Gaussian splatting does is it does something kind of similar in the same way of the intersection, but it then kind of creates a point each of those instances and then assigns values to each of those points. And then what it'll do is it'll basically blur, so like Gaussian blur for anyone who's used that in Photoshop. It blurs between the points, optimizing itself to kind of create a basic blob until all the points kind of connect. And it's super interesting. I was first kind of made aware of it from a lecturer I went to at the University of Melbourne, and it was a professor from Monash called Jianfei Cai, who is the head of data science and AI research at Monash University in Melbourne. Monash University has a very kind of strong machine learning and AI school. And so yeah, I saw it maybe 6 months ago, and he presented that. He's also done a lot of interesting work with video models, image models, and then he was kind of talking about some research into Gaussian splatting. And since then, this was actually the first project that he showed, which is a bike. And while it kind of doesn't, it seems like you're looking at Google Maps, I guess, to a certain degree. They were able to kind of create this from at the time 26 photos, and then around, I think it was maybe like half a day of compute. They're basically able to rebuild it. And the kind of more important thing about this is different to NeRFs, where NeRFs is kind of a running process. A Gaussian splat is something that's done beforehand, and then you can kind of navigate the space. So you kind of end up with a bunch of blobs. They have position, they have transparency, they have color, and then they kind of just blur into each other. So yeah, it's while, you know, some of the things we talked about are used in practice, some of them are personal research. This very much kind of just falls into personal interest in research, and it's kind of just a bit of new tech that's come out recently and been developed recently. So this kind of university level research has been happening for a long time, But very recently, there's been a product launched on the market that I was part of the alpha test for and has now gone to production, called Marble World Labs, that we'll jump into, and it kind of works based off Gaussian splatting. What we're going to do is we are going to jump back into RunDiffusion. We're going to use that LoRa that we've trained up earlier. Maybe try out a few different things, get a space, and then take it into Marble World Labs and create some Gaussian splats. So luckily for us, we have already trained a prompt builder. So what I'm going to do is I have my board set up for my 3D worlds. So I'll navigate down to my board, open that. I'm going to open a new tool and I'll use FluxDev because that allows me to use the LoRa. So FluxDev, okay. Now inside of FluxDev, I have access to my models. Now, these are shared models. You may remember it was called Sculptform Live because I did actually a test. Here's also my synthetic one and the LoRa trained on my dog, if anyone wants that. So we will use this model. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the weight at 1.2, the output size, and then I'm going to create my prompt using my little prompt builder. And also to the previous question in the chat, I'm not sure if I can share this, but if I can, I definitely will. Okay, so let's do, does anyone have, should I throw it out to the group? I'm going to do one. If anyone has any ideas that they would like to see Gaussian splat, let me know in the chat. If not, we'll figure it out. Generally works better on interior spaces because it's basically projecting out in a kind of a similar way to a more active panorama. So let's do a hotel bar. And we were going to go with minimalist, a sauna spa, and I like the vibes. We're not doing a hotel bar, a sauna spa, minimalist, lighting. We will go with studio lighting, camera, wide angle, environment, interior, luxury, eco, hotel. Okay, anything else we want to say? Let's say in the heart of Paris, but it's in a spa, so it's inside. I mean, we'll do one in the heart of Paris too. Let's do this one first. Organic concrete spa with multiple pools. Keep in mind this is a LoRa trained on Sculptform, so we need some wooden battens. So exposed concrete, polished steel, wooden battens. Yep, perfect. Luckily I prepared one earlier while Enrico was doing his session. Multiple pools, high quality, luxurious materials. Thank God for spell check. Okay, architecting prompt. Beautiful. So while that's doing its thing, we can jump over here. We have our Sculptform Live. Things always take longer when you're presenting live. So that's fun. Beautiful. Copy prompt. Paste. Okay. 1.2 is about right. Let's have a look. How this goes. We will also do one in the heart of Paris for Reco. Let's do something completely different. Let's do a pavilion. And it can be Scandinavian. Ooh, parametric. No, parametric, yeah. Parametric. Add multiple LoRa's. Not in RunDiffusion. There is in Comfy UI. High noon. Yep, that's fine. Wooden battens. Yep. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And it is, what are you saying, in the heart of Paris? Okay, beautiful. So if we have a look at our outcome, you can see heavily influenced from Sculptform. This is basically the interior of Sculptform with a luxurious spa added in. Lovely. There you go. Got some people in there wearing suits, which is not what I wear to the spa, but hey, you know. Alrighty. So possibly it's a little strong, the LoRa, because it basically looks exactly like the reference images or the training set. So we can send off a few. Nice thing is you can run multiple at the same time. So I'm just going to send off a bunch of different strengths. I will then copy in my parametric futuristic pavilion. Okay. And for this one, instead of using Sculptform, we're going to use my Mia style, my synthetic Mia style. Okay, and we will do the same. So 0.6 will go the other way to 0.8 to 1 to 1.2. We'll just bang out a bunch of different options. Okay. Oh, this looks kind of good. I'm into this. Okay, beautiful. No, oh, they did add the, okay, cool. Beautiful. All right, cool. So now we have our kind of initial image. And so now what we're going to do is we'll just let's have a look at our organic pavilion. Now, keep in mind this is a style LoRa, so there's no kind of inherent geometric style to the way it's going to look. It's more of an aesthetic LoRa. So while the data it was trained on did kind of have more curved off-form concrete, because that's what I like, it's not really going to look like the way Sculptform does, but you know, kind of cool. So what we're going to do now is firstly we will start with our Sculptform. So let's go with okay, let's go with this one. Now, I happen to know that if we jump over to Marble World Labs, which I will post in the chat. Okay, pretty sure you can sign up and get a couple of generations for free. But when you jump over to Marble World Labs, there is a bunch of different kind of generations from the community. Kind of a cool website. So you can see this is stuff that people have made. You can generate straight from AI inside of here, or you can kind of upload reference images. You can also build worlds and kind of start to stitch them together. So if we, I don't know, click on, let's go with an interior one, this one. You can click on the model, and you can see this is actually the Gaussians. So this is the Gaussian splat before it blends itself together. And then once it blends itself together, you get this kind of interior scene. Now, is like there's been a few questions today around production ready. Like, is this production ready? I'm going to say like not even kind of viably close. I think this is a pretty interesting research project, but as you kind of get to the fringe, you kind of see some pretty peculiar things, like this light fixture doesn't really look very real, but it's kind of an interesting technology. And I think in a way that DALL-E Mini was interestingly horrible, like a couple of years ago, Gaussian splatting right now is not where it will end up. I think it'll end up as a very efficient way to kind of generate 3D space. So let's jump over to create. From here, I will go back to my 3D world. I will take one of my pools, maybe this one, looks kind of cool. I'll download this image. And for this one, I will just drag it into Marble World Labs. Okay. And then create. Now, the original kind of Gaussian splatting, I believe, took around half a day of compute. Now, these are better, but they do kind of still take some time. So while this is running, we can have a look at some of the others. So you can see this is, very similar. This is a sculpt off the sculpt form Laura. Honestly, I think the loading screen is one of the coolest bits. And then from here, you can kind of start to navigate the space. Now, keep in mind for this particular one, there was just a single input image. So if we jump back to the Miro, I have too many too many tabs open. One of these has to be the Miro. Here we go, beautiful. Here we go. Yeah, this was the input image. So you can see it's taken the input image and is very kind of true to form. That's what it looks like, but this one only has one input, so it's basically hallucinated the entire back half of the image, which it's done a fairly decent job. It's used its, kind of a style transfer or understanding what the front looks like to guess what the back looks like. But you do find that with like these kind of spaces, there's a lot of rooms with no doors and no way to get in or out, which is kind of funny. So yeah, so that's kind of one of them. You can also go back. This will take a while to generate, but yeah, these are kind of some other ones. It's kind of very good at interior scene. There's some pretty good documentation on how to kind of best create kind of your worlds. It does very well inside. It kind of struggles very much outside, although we will try our Parisian pavilion. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. They've also recently added a thing called Studio, which I haven't done yet, but it allows you to take multiple worlds and then stitch them together and kind of add and edit the mesh. It's the other kind of nice thing about Gaussian splatting is that unlike nerfs, which kind of use kind of like hard coded like brute force generated things, Gaussian splat's using kind of points, which allows you to edit them because you can just delete the point and it doesn't break a mesh or delete your geometry. It just is no longer there and allows you to kind of recreate things, which is kind of cool. So while that's going, I'm going to go to our Parisian pavilion. Christian, no, I don't think so. Maybe one day you could use it. This has only been out. I mean, I think it only went into production. It was in alpha testing for a while, and it's only kind of just gone into production. So I don't think it'll be proper live for a little while. Like, it's fun to test, but I think you probably wouldn't want to show it to a client because there's too much risk that it's done something pretty rogue. It's a little bit hard to control at the moment. So now we kind of have our first image. What we're going to do here is we're going to take this one, drop it into Nano Pro, and then kind of just create some other images. So create an aerial view looking at the pavilion. Okay, let's go this landscape 16:9. Okay. Create a view looking from the other side of the pavilion. And so one thing that if you have kind of the paid version is you can add panoramas, videos, or multiple images. So you can kind of start to construct your world with a little bit more kind of control than just a single image. So while this is kind of generating and waiting, if you do have any questions, please feel free to throw them in the chat because the world generation takes around 6 minutes, which is kind of a bit of time. And then after you start adding kind of multiple things in, it takes a bit longer. Interestingly, it's kind of flipped the material off the pavilion, which is not ideal. and to put it next to the ocean. It's been a while since I've been to Paris, but I'm pretty sure there's no ocean. Anyone in the chat, please? Maybe I, maybe I, yeah, it's been too long than it is. But I don't think it's on the ocean, is it? Enrique, is it? Anyone? No. Okay, thank you. For a minute, I was like, I trust Google Gemini more than I trust my memory. And I'm like, maybe it is, and I just don't know. Rivers, yeah, rivers, yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm not going crazy. But that is a big river. I don't think that's real. In fairness, we didn't tell it was Paris, so maybe that's why I got confused. Um, okay. Pavilion in Paris. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so let's jump back. The world is built. Beautiful. Here is our spa. Once again, the building of the world is probably the coolest part. But yeah, I think kind of the problem is, stuff like this, it really does struggle if it can't see something. You kind of get this kind of literal blurring instead of Gaussian blurring. I think kind of in particular areas it looks pretty good, but in the same way as it doesn't know it's Paris. Yes, yes, you're right. It doesn't know it's Paris. It's my fault, not Paris, not Nano Banana's fault. Yeah, in terms of being like production ready or showing to clients, it's not really there yet. It's kind of an interesting research project that I kind of thought was cool and it's just come out, so I thought I'd share it with the group. But if there's a lot of hallucination, there's a bit of like literal blurring as well as Gaussian blurring. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, and it's a pretty kind of fast evolving space. So very recently they've added the ability to download GLBs. So theoretically, you could create a GLB, then pop it into Enrique's World Viewer, add it there. You can download the splats. You can also download panorama images. And you can also, if you kind of have Unreal Engine, you can take Gaussian splats and put them in Unreal Engine and then kind of walk around them in there. And nice thing about them is because the points have XYZ locations, opacities, and colors, they come in looking like this. So yeah. So it's kind of cool. It's fun to do. It's fun in a way that like with DALL-E Mini, you get this kind of broken view of reality where stuff's just a bit weird. Image generation is really realistic, but when you get over here and everything starts kind of fragmenting off into space, I don't know, I kind of like that. I like when AI goes a bit rogue and breaks. So I kind of enjoy the fringes where it starts to break a little bit, but enjoying the fringes where it likes to break means almost definitely you don't want to show it to a client because they'll freak out if they see that. Let's see if it's better at yeah, exactly. Okay, so no, it still thinks Paris is in the ocean. In Paris, turns out collectively we're smarter than Nano Banana. Good work, team. We did it. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let's just try one of these. It's not so good with exterior shots, but that's okay. We'll give it a go. Take this. You could do multiple. Multiple takes a bit longer. So let's just go to the single. Image downloads. Okay. Alrighty. All right. Okay, so while it is creating, does anybody kind of have any questions, or was there any questions that we missed earlier in the chat?
Yes, I think there was a question from Christian, Christian Mario. He's asking if he has a scene that he has control of the interiors and just want to change the environment. Okay, as in background or lighting. Yes, that's possible with Nano Banana. It's really good, like keeping the geometry you have and then just changing things. I'm going to share just quickly. I did a quick exercise on that. So you can see this was the base render I used, and just asking to change the environment to a different one. And yeah, it jumps a little bit, but it's okay. You can give it 2 or 3 tries and it will be good. So I'm not sure if that's what you asked, but that's a way to change the environment. Just a quick prompt, easy prompt.
Yeah, it's also good at, like, if you mean by environment, like the lighting environment, like if you want to change it from day to night,
Yeah.
that is also really, really simple. Guest. The GLB download is it's a mesh. So it converts it, it simplifies it. I believe if you have the enterprise account, you can get a high quality mesh, but I only have the pro account, so you can get a simplified mesh with color. It doesn't look, it's better if you can download the Gaussian splat and go through Unreal. Looks way better. But you can get it into Rhino, simplified if you need to kind of work with it from there. But it's a mesh with baked texture, so it has color and points. Or second image to match it. Yeah. Chris. Okay. The last. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. The last kind of thing to talk about, I guess, kind of, I'll just talk about it pretty quickly because I mean, there's been a few people talking about visual scripting, interfaces, and yeah. And hang on, let me share my screen. Screen two. Beautiful. Okay. So the last thing to kind of talk about is Comfy, I guess, and the open source apps. So there have been a few people asking around, like Weavy and Run Chat, I believe someone was asking about, and that kind of visual scripting side. I think that they're kind of a nice gap between the very simplified interface of Run It, which is really good for kind of mass adoption, which is something we've been really pushing for within our company, is kind of the democratization of the tools, kind of like good prompts, and then a very simple interface that everyone's kind of happy in. I think that as soon as you start introducing nodes and connections, some people, it makes people very uncomfortable very quickly, which is unfortunate because there's kind of a lot of power and that comes with that kind of amount of settings, and also like adding law and things like that. So yeah, there's also the kind of control of Comfy, and I guess in terms of the development of RunDiffusion, and while I don't work for them and don't make any purchasing decisions based off these comments, there is kind of conversation around the ability to wrap Comfy UI, or they're exploring the potential of the ability of being able to wrap Comfy UI in a run it style interface. So being able to kind of create your own custom workflows and then wrap it in a nice clean interface. So kind of a nice thing about RunDiffusion is that they do have kind of access to all these kind of very simplified apps. They're also building out a templatized workflow, so the ability to kind of have prompts built in, have tools set up, and then when you build your template boards, they kind of exist in there for people just to utilize immediately, which is kind of really back to that democratization. You get your power users, you get your Enriques kind of developing, fine-tuning these prompts, and then just pushing them to the templates, and then everyone has access. And if you need to go from a Rhino screenshot to a Mia style render, you just utilize that prompt. If you have a markup in Bluebeam and you need to kind of change a bunch of stuff, you just utilize that prompt. So that's kind of, I believe in there, like they're looking into the development of that. But also, if you do kind of want to jump over to the open source side, it is kind of a really, really good place to learn. So Enrique showed it a little bit, but as a company that's been around for a really long time, they do have some kind of really good tutorials. So if you are kind of learning Comfy, it can be a little overwhelming at the start. There are some really great resources online, and then also in here. The other kind of nice thing about it is that they also have their own kind of internal workflows. So the kind of image to 3D, the Huanyuan 2.1, I believe, was the last kind of open source one, exists inside their ecosystem. The other thing that's kind of really nice about it is because it's cloud hosted, if you do kind of need to bring models across from Civet, um, it's really fast. So if there's kind of a model that you found on Civet that you want to use, instead of having to download it, it's 8 gigs or something like that, takes up space in your C drive. You can just kind of back end import it to the hub. And so yeah, it does take a little bit of time to spin up. It's also worth noting that there is kind of a set number of virtual machines. So if everybody in this call tries to jump on a machine right now, I don't know how it would go. So if you're not going to use it, yeah. Okay, beautiful. So that'll spin up now. So while that's kind of spinning up, we can jump back here. But I guess one thing to talk about kind of quickly is inside the Miro. Like I said before, I think kind of sharing is super important. So all that prompting stuff is in here. Links to the GPT for the prompting thing is here. Marble World Labs. If you're into the theory, there's a bunch of stuff on Gaussian reconstruction of surfaces, which is pretty nerdy, but pretty cool if that's what you're into, which I am. And then there's also some stuff. So some of my my workflows for Comfy UI. For those of you who are just getting into Comfy UI, the image is the workflow. So if you have the image that I've created and you download it, you drag it into Comfy UI, it's embedded inside the image itself. So this was, I believe, on the PA Academy's website, like for this course. There's also a bunch of different things. This is kind of pretty simplified amount of workflows, really. But I think for kind of fast iteration, it's pretty good. So there's the Flux one with LoRa. If you want to kind of blend LoRa's, that exists there. There's a Redux model, which is a kind of interesting way to work. If you've ever used Redux models, they kind of tokenize images back into elements and then remix them kind of. It's a very oversimplified way of explaining what happens, but fundamentally that's what it's doing. And then there's a bunch of kind of ones by RunDiffusion as well. So they have a Flux text to image, they have an IP adapter, they have a context one, a multi-context, so you can add 3 images in and then use the context dev version from Flux. For all of this, if you don't understand any of the stuff I'm talking about right now, that's totally cool. If you want to learn about it, it's a good place to jump in because of the workflows and stuff built in. But feel free to jump in here, download the workflows, use them. I really like this multi Redux has LoRa's built in, a lot of kind of settings, a lot of tweaking you can do in there, a lot of fine controls if you want control nets. I don't know if there's control nets in this one, but I've got a workflow somewhere for control nets. So if that's something that interests you, feel free to reach out. So yeah, so it's also nice that on top of all those simplified apps on the Run It side, you then kind of have access to the Comfy UI side as well. You can use that cloud compute. You can get a very powerful machine off-prem, so you don't really have to worry about having to buy like a RTX. And then you have like all your workflows stored in here, which is really nice. You have the ones developed and updated by RunDiffusion. So as things kind of update, they kind of fix them on the back end, which is nice. Don't really have to worry about that. You have access to all of the Comfy UI templates as well. So if you want to learn, this is kind of a really, really good way to learn. I always start with Flux because I think it's a really, really, really good, powerful model, good dev model too. And then it's great because if you do kind of want to bring across a LoRa from Civet, and you can just bring it in by jumping in here and adding the URL, and it just downloads it automatically to the backend. Super powerful. So yeah, that's also kind of a nice part of the platform which we use. Okay. That's Oh yeah, that's the workflow. If you need that, they also all live inside the Miro. So I tried to put as much information both on the research, the production of the images, and the output in the Miro as well. So yeah, that kind of wraps it up. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat or the Q&A.
There was one from Chris asking about the GeoDrop app. So yes, it takes some time to code it using Gemini AI, but if you go to the APIs from Cesium and Google Maps and refer to that when you are coding, it will sort out the problems, but you make sure you have your APIs ready and your details in each of the platforms. I put the links to those two things in the Miro board here in the chat too.
Oh, there was also another question about accessing the discount code. Okay, let's see if I can do that. I need an account not linked to anything, which is fine, but that's okay. I think if I'm still running RunDiffusion. Okay. Stop. Yep. But yeah, so someone had a question around the coupon, and the coupon was for the mid-tier account. So if you were trying to sign up for the pro, I think it asked for credential. It asked for like credit card credentials. And that's because there's like a difference in cost between the two. So I'm not entirely sure. I believe if you do the cheaper one, yeah, then the code expires tonight as well at midnight. So thanks for PA for posting that. But if you yeah, I believe if you sign up and you use that code and you get the right level, it should be free. And if it'll be free for a month. And if it asks for your credentials, you can just probably cancel it, I believe. If you have any questions, like please feel free to reach out. I think our LinkedIn's were posted in the chat. Reach out on there. More than happy to kind of chat to anybody, or if you have any hidden issues, or and if you'd like to get added to the RunDiffusion board, let me know. Maybe if we get the attendees list, we can add people in. But if you just reach out on LinkedIn, I can add you in. Cool. Do we miss any other questions?
I think that's all. But thank you for all your messages.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Alex and Enrique. It was really brilliant session, fantastic. We've used actually RunDiffusion before in some of our workshops, and it's pretty awesome to have this technology without using, lots of installations for ComfUI or all sort of other tools. It's just all in one hand. And well, yeah, I appreciate your time for showcasing this and also the detailed detailed description of everything. Well, thanks for everything. I
Fantastic.
think we don't have more questions left. You already answered all of them. So just last question that I had, we also shared links for your LinkedIn account. So guys, please go and follow these guys, and they're doing a lot of great publications on social media. So you can interact with them as well. What's the best way to reach out to you guys, on email or on social media, if anyone has any questions or anyone wants to communicate with you guys?
Yeah, probably LinkedIn or email. My email is just alexwilson@woodsbaggett.com. So I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, either of those. I'm not a super active poster on LinkedIn, to be honest, but I do check. So but yeah, or email, just hit me up. Or like in here in the chat, in like at the next Ismail session I'll probably be in. So I come to a few PA Academy chats. So
Yeah,
I'll probably be in there asking questions. So yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
Yeah, same
great.
LinkedIn or email.
Perfect, guys. Thank you so much for this session. It was really great. And yeah, if there's nothing left from you guys also to ask, we can just end the session. And good luck for everyone.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
See ya.
Bye.
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 Bye.